All right, we're back, and Mike Ayama has some prizes to show off for everybody.
Provided by Nintendo of America. They donated this for our event. It comes with a download code for Wind Waker HD. So it's a $30 buy-in for this prize, and I'd like to thank Nintendo of America a lot for providing such a generous donation. And they also have a grand prize, this Majora's Mask box set, starting with This is a rare collector's item. It's only made in Australia and Europe. Of authenticity, saying this is copy 163. And it also comes with a t-shirt, a Majora's Mask themed watch that goes up to 72 hours, some stickers, soundtrack, and a box copy of the game. It is the PAL version, but it usually goes for $1,000 in online auctions, and it's a $50 buy-in for this prize, up to 3 bids for $150. And here's our grand prize, PC NES. Yes, we have more than one grand prize. As you can see, there's a DVD drive here, ports in the back, fan, and it can even play NES games. It's a current generation AMD CPU. It can play modern games on it, and it has 8 gigs of DDR3 RAM. So it's also grand prize, and it's a $50 buy-in up to 3 bids for $150.
What? What's the file name?
The file name is Plexa. Plexa.
In third place, you had Mappa with $2,455. Second place, you had Cosmo with the 502 in it for $4,500. And first place, you had Plexa with $11,637.92.
Nice. People want that name. I guess we'll just start. Yeah. At 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got Wind Waker HD. I'm Cosmo. If you want to introduce yourselves.
I'm Test Runner.
I'm MC.
I'm Volkswagen.
You probably hear him. He's Loaf of Bread 13.
Yeah. First thing you might be wondering is, why is the game in Spanish? Yeah, I figure a lot of people will probably be wondering what's going on. Just kind of a funny thing that happened. Usually in games that come out in Japan, Japanese tends to be fastest just because of scrolling text, where they write one character like every frame or so, and slowly spell out each word. In Japanese, you can get more meaning in each letter. So, for example, in the original Wind Waker, Japanese was the fastest. And, you know, I like to go fast, so I usually just play on whatever's the fastest. And it's kind of funny, in this game, they kept the Japanese text the same speed, but they sped up every other language. So we thought English was the fastest, and then we realized Spanish is a little bit faster. And it's actually kind of funny, because there's a couple things you can do that ends up saving time just because the language change. For example, later, like there's this light pattern that's moving during a cutscene, and because the text takes less time, I can get an earlier cycle. But anyway, the run's about to start soon, and yeah.
And Cosmo, isn't there a one faster language in Spanish?
Right. I think we found out Italian is actually ever so slightly faster than Spanish, but it's only available in European Wii U's at the moment. So Spanish it is for now. So I just paused the game to switch my camera so it would be inverted because I'm so used to the original. Some people can play with like they inverted the controls, or the camera controls compared to how they used to be. So I take a little second to adjust it to what I'm comfortable with. So gotta go see Grandma. This is basically the, this is Outset Island at the beginning of the game. And there's a bunch of triggers you have to go through to advance the game to get anywhere. So the first thing I have to do is get the hero's clothes. And it's just a series of events that I have to go through to progress the plot.
Incidentally, since you're running this in Spanish, we have $50 from El Rubius saying, "Keep up the awesome work. I'm going to stay up all night watching this. Cheers from Spain."
Cool. I'm going to do a little save here. It'll take me back to where Errol is, and that'll just be faster than walking back. So it was interesting when this game came out because, we decided to see, well, what's different? Obviously, it's in gorgeous 1080p. They added a bunch of shaders. Like you can see that shadow with Link climbing up. That's like brand new. That was not in the original at all. So there's a number of graphical improvements. There's some stuff is a little questionable, but I think overall they did a really good job making the game look great. So now I got the telescope, and you get this tutorial on how to use the telescope, which also triggers another event happening. And so I have to go through this. So you look at the mailman, and then he's startled, and then you look up, and that's when Helmarock arrives, and bad things start happening, and the game gets real instead of all friendly.
Now, when you did the saving, people couldn't see what was going on because you're doing it on the gamepad.
Yeah, the gamepad has a screen on it where you can save and change your options. There's also your inventory and your map all on the gamepad. So it turns out if you're playing with the pad itself instead of the Pro controller, you can equip items while you're moving around by using the touchscreen. So one of the challenges of running this has been learning how to equip items on the touchscreen as I'm moving, because I don't want to stop, I want to keep going. So that's been kind of a challenge. Another thing that the gamepad lets you do is aim using the gyroscope. And usually I'm not really a big fan of motion controls in games, but the gyro aiming, I actually think it feels pretty good. So, yeah. The same thing was used in Ocarina of Time 3D. You just move the 3DS, and it just feels pretty good.
It's quite a bit faster than just aiming with a stick.
Yeah, because the stick, you can you push it to the maximum, and then it's only going so fast. But you can just jerk the controller sideways and get a really fast aim. So by pressing back on some of these, it's making him do a different series of attacks where he jumps. It's a little bit faster than doing it normally.
They did change Orca in this version a bit.
Yeah, he used to knock you down if you made a slight mistake. In this one, if you accidentally hit him once or twice, he doesn't knock you down right away, which is convenient because there's this thing called the quick parry, where you try to parry on the first 2 frames possible, and if you do that, the next one comes out immediately. But in this version, because he doesn't knock you down, you can go even earlier than that, and it still works, and you don't really waste time doing it. So that's what just happened there. All right, so now I got the hero's sword, so I can make my way up to the forest where Tetra fell in. Yeah.
While you're doing this, we have a $500 donation from Anonymous. Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Well done to all the runners, you inspire me. Congrats to Bismuth for his world record run, and good luck, Cosmo.
Thanks.
And we also have $150 from Vincent Cunningham. Cosmo hype. I'm all ready for this run. Good luck.
Thanks.
Pretty sure this won't get read, though, because of your awesome commentary.
Get
Sorry, Vincent.
So I can get the 20 rupees in that crawl space using my sword. That's actually one of the interesting things. Uh-oh, he got me. One of the interesting things about Wind Waker is that your sword can pick up items. It's different than Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. So you can do stuff like do a quick spin and then pick up like rupees in a circle. It's pretty convenient. There's a little bit of luck in this fight. That wasn't too bad. A little bit of cutscene here, so if you want to like read some donations or something, that's cool.
We have another $200 from Anonymous. Thanks for all the awesome runs. Great job for a noble cause. $150 from Mike Johnson. After helping my mom fight off cancer, I can safely say kick cancer in the face. Mappa. $150 from DFS. Keep it up. See you next time. $150 from Noman. Thanks for an entertaining week of productivity loss at work. Keep up the amazing work. $150 from Defiance. Hello, I've been watching AGDQ since last year and I became addicted to speedruns. I've been watching Cosmo's stream ever since. Thank you, and congratulations to all the runners for raising so much money for a good cause. Thank you, Defiance.
So with Link's sister getting captured, this is kind of the beginning of the quest. The first half of the game is focused on rescuing her. And so I'm going to head off with the pirates to Forsaken Fortress, which is interestingly enough translated as Isle of the Devil in Spanish. I think some of the translations are pretty cool. I bet there's a lot of stuff like that in Japanese that I never knew about because I don't read Japanese.
In fact, yesterday we found out what Beetle is called inside the Spanish version, and his name is Terry,
Yeah.
which I find pretty funny.
Yeah, I guess that pun doesn't really translate that well into other languages.
Yeah, it's interesting thinking about like if you're like working as like a professional translator or something. It's like there's a lot of puns and like weird stuff like that. You have to like work around it and make it interesting still. It must be an interesting career.
Yeah. In Skyward Sword, I remember like Grusin's entire gang are all like puns on bird names, but they don't translate into Japanese, so their names are completely different. Like,
Yeah.
Grusin's name is Bato or something like that.
That's interesting. All right, I'm getting the shield. The shield's not very useful, to be honest. One interesting thing with this controller is that they put the right stick above the buttons, and I played on a GameCube controller for so long, so that was like a weird adjustment, especially with like aiming like first-person weapons. Like it felt weird to like press the button to take out the bow and then move my hand up to aim. So that's actually probably one of the reasons why I like the gyro aiming, because I can just naturally kind of do it.
So how long have you been running this game, Cosmo? I honestly don't remember, to be honest.
Oh, Wind Waker total or just HD?
Yeah, the Wind Waker total. It's been a while.
Yeah, think I started running Wind Waker early 2012.
Yeah, I think it was like end of
That
springish.
sounds about right.
Yeah. I remember what happened was we were all just sitting in the SRL IRC chat, and someone offered to race Master Sword in Wind Waker, and I had done a couple of those before, like just for fun. Like I didn't really play the game much. But for some reason on that night I was like, yeah, let's do this. And I remember Anna Meowsers and Fino were both in that race, and I ended up dying to the boss of the Tower of the Gods, which is pretty special because that guy's harmless. So I don't know, it was pretty funny. But that was like the first day for me. I was like, that was really fun. I'm gonna like do this more. And back then, like the record was like 6 hours and 16 minutes by Giano in the original game. And a lot has changed since then. Hello. We have lost connection to the console. Oh, okay. There. Maybe. Okay, I don't know. That was strange. Hopefully that doesn't happen again.
What is this, like E3? You know, like wireless interference?
Yeah, too much like wireless interference or something.
Please turn off your cell phones.
Actually, you might want to turn your Wi-Fi off, guys, if you're in the room. Very nice.
Yeah, particularly your Bluetooth.
Airplane mode.
Yeah, airplane mode. Okay, these ropes, in the original, you just mash A or just like press it really fast and it's fine. In this one, they changed the swinging physics with the ropes. Not only can you turn while you're swinging, but like it just feels different, like it doesn't send you as far normally. I don't know, it's really weird. So hopefully I don't fall down. It's really, really embarrassing if I do because it looks so easy. But it definitely happens like frequently. It happened to me and Demon when we were both doing these runs. Grab it. No. I am embarrassed. I apologize. They just made the rope so weird. It just feels very crazy.
But he didn't yell at you, at least.
Yeah, sometimes he yells at you if you fail.
Somehow the ropes seem kind of terrible in every Zelda game.
Yeah, they're bad in Skyward Sword too.
They
There we
change
go.
it every time. It's just a different kind of bad.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever really figured out how to make ropes good. Or like, I guess vines are usually in this game there's some vines. Those are pretty bad too. Like there's just some elements that you interact with that aren't like,
Yeah, I guess it's hard to make work.
oh well. It's like 15 seconds. So the spoils bag is actually used in this run. I'm going to use it to hold my joy pendants, which I'm going to need later for something. In the original Wind Waker, I only got that item to progress the plot, because once you have the spoils bag and you step outside the pirate ship, which is what I'm doing now, it turns night and it takes you to Forsaken Fortress. And Tetra's ready to talk to you up there. And actually, as I'm climbing this ladder and as the conversation is going to happen up there, the lights over at Forsaken Fortress are moving. So I mentioned this earlier, but because the language is because the game's in Spanish right now, this conversation is going to pass quicker. And when I get over to Forsaken Fortress, those lights that have been moving for this entire time will be in a different position, and it's going to allow me to grab the red rupees right away and just immediately leave. If you play in English, you have to wait longer, so it's kind of funny how like the text speed influences other parts of the game.
Somebody figure out if Italian or Spanish was possible.
Italian is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed one thing. I don't know if you can see the gamepad, but there's a certain points where, like when he does the save and quit, you don't have control right away, so he's like mashing the save button like on the touch screen.
Right.
It's the future.
It's a new experience for me, but mashing in the touch screen, it's it's
really
useful.
strange.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little faster, so I gotta do it. I actually find the Pro controller more comfortable, but you can't equip items while you're moving, and you can't use the gyro aiming, so I decided to learn the game on the pad instead.
Shoutouts to the barrel beat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do find very interesting that this whole cutscene exists on the Forsaken Fortress map. Usually in games like this, these kind of cutscenes exist like on like some separate like meta map, so it doesn't affect the area.
Yeah. Although, speaking of maps, it's kind of interesting. The first time you come to Forsaken Fortress and the second or third time you come there, those are different maps. So like outside of this area right now, there's actually there's no ocean out there. You would just fall. It's completely outside of the game space. Like you can't get back here really. So that's kind of interesting. All right, so I can just grab these rupees really fast. I need rupees for the sale and some other stuff. All right, so hopefully I don't screw this up. This is a little bit tricky on this version. Right, okay. So that's called the window jump. It's a pretty old trick. If I have one complaint about this controller, it is that there are no notches on the control stick. So you can't hold directly up, which sometimes causes things to be a little bit more difficult because you're running it like up and then ever so slightly left or ever so slightly right.
Yeah.
Rather, you can't easily hold the control stick up.
Yeah, I have the same complaint for the 360 controller and the PlayStation controllers. And that's a nice thing with the GameCube that they kind of.
Is he alive? Oh, okay. All right. So I have to kill him because he's guarding one of the lights, and the light is shining on a ledge, and I have to crawl across that ledge. There's no way around it, so I have to kill him to make sure the light's not pointing there.
Yeah, there's actually a bunch of spotlights, but only one really matters.
Yeah, only one matters. The other two are pointing at those rupees on the ground. Oh, they changed the Moblin's AI, so it actually, it's really interesting. They don't catch you right away, like you still maintain control of Link for a little while longer. So check this out right here. Yeah, you can just go around him. You can also do it on this one, but he actually still has a tendency to catch you. So I'm actually gonna do the old strat with the barrel. It's a couple seconds slower, but it guarantees success. So what you do is you pick up the barrel and then you bring it with you for a little while. And that should actually grant me invisibility from the Moblin for a little while. It's really weird. It doesn't really make much sense. It just works. So he was definitely close enough to see me if I didn't grab the barrel, but it just works. It's very strange. Oh, and then also when you're sidling across these ledges, you notice Link's head's kind of twitching. It's because I'm mashing the controller, the control stick. It's a little bit faster than going normally. So like,
Yeah, like frames.
yeah, just a tiny
Save the
bit.
frames.
Yep. So now I get my sword back. I'll try to do this new technique that's exclusive to Wind Waker HD right here. This is something that was found recently, and we still don't fully understand this, but so you take out your sword and then, oh no, I messed it up. Yeah, there we go. So it does a ton of damage if you do that. In the original, it does like the amount of damage you'd expect it to do, which is like a jump slash plus a quick spin. But in this one, it like does something weird, like it like multiplies the damage together or something. I don't quite understand it, but it should be able to kill him in one hit if you do it first try. Also, your sword can do double hits in this game with the thrust attack. So if you're standing close enough to certain enemies and you do a thrust, it hits twice. And that's actually really, really useful on certain fights. I'm not actually sure why they changed that. It's kind of a strange change to make to the game.
I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it's different.
Yeah, it's very different. If you want to read some donations, now would be a good time.
Sure, we have $10 from Anonymous who says, "Hey guys, I would just like to say how awesome it is that you all are doing this. This past summer, my best friend passed away from T-cell lymphoma cancer. We used to spend our entire summers together, though this summer he had spent the whole time in the hospital, and the only time I had gotten to see him was when we buried him at sea. So here's to preventing cancer so that no one will have to feel the pain of losing someone you care for very much. Thank you very much, Anonymous. We're sorry for your loss." We also have $10 from Michael Miller. "I just finished my battle with leukemia last May and would respectfully love to donate whatever I can for the fight for every other fighter and survivor out there. Games were one of the many things that helped me through the hard times." Also have $11 from Leonard. "Lost my grandfather to cancer last year. He went through a lot of pain before he passed. Here's to hoping that others won't have to go through the same thing. Thank you to everyone involved for their hard work in making AGDQ possible." $20 from Jeff Ramler. "In the past year, I lost my girlfriend too, and my father has been diagnosed with various types of cancer. You are all utterly amazing human beings for taking a passion and a hard-earned talent and putting it to such good use. Awesome runs, all of you. I appreciate you." Thank you, Jeff. $50 from Philosopher. "Hey guys, just wanted to say that this marathon has been amazing. I've been watching Speed Demo's archive runs for almost a decade now, but this marathon has blown my mind all over again. Sad that it's almost over, but the amount you've all raised is truly incredible and just goes to show the awesomeness of the gaming community when we all come together." $50 from Anonymous saying, "Lost my grandfather to lung cancer a couple of years ago. Will always remember him bringing home a Nintendo 64 and watching me play Super Mario 64 on it, although I don't remember ever doing it one-handed." $50 from Daniel O'Connell, who says, "My grandmother has cancer in her spine. This speed run makes me feel like each game you guys beat is a hit to cancer. Thank you so much, and I am so glad I could watch this year. God bless." Thank you, Daniel.
All right, so we've arrived at Windfall, and it's a little bit of a longer trip than you would expect. There's actually quite a bit of, obviously this is the island with tons and tons of side quests, but there's actually a couple things that I need to do here before I can progress. Obviously the main thing you're supposed to do is get the sail, but that's not all I'll be doing here. For one thing, I'm going to be rescuing Tingle, as he can decipher a couple charts later for me. So he's trapped in this jail here, and I rescue him. And this is required to beat the game. I have to do this. Not only this, but there's also going to be... Oh, actually, now that we're at Tingle, with Tingle here, he used to give you an item called the Tingle Tuner. But now you get the Tingle Bottle, which is actually a pretty, it's a pretty fun thing for like casual play. So the game like connects to Miiverse and stuff, and then you can just find messages people leave around. It has like absolutely no speedrunning application whatsoever, but it was pretty funny to mess around with for a little while. The Tingle Tuner, on the other hand, was actually useful for a couple tricks in the original Wind Waker that are no longer possible in this one. But despite that, this game ends up still being faster than the original due to some of the changes they made. All right.
The bottles were especially great when you could get them from other people who were playing the game that you knew.
Yeah.
Like some Cosmo got a bottle addressed to him as his first one,
Yeah.
and I got one of Cosmo's bottles during my first playthrough, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I actually it's really funny. You can take pictures with the Pictobox and then release those pictures in the bottle. So what I would do is I would just glitch the game really heavily, and then I would take a picture of it and release it in the ocean, and then MC Gamer, he found it. So, I don't know, really funny how that works. Also, I think there's an upvote, downvote system or something on Miiverse, and I remember when I took the glitch images of all the little morphs, it actually got like thumbs up by like tons of people, and it got like featured on like the Miiverse like thing or whatever. So it's pretty funny. All right, so I have to I have to find these kids.
Rescue them from mortal death.
Yeah. And yeah, they only give me a piece of heart, which I don't need, but they also let me start this other quest with the school teacher, Miss Marie, and that's something I'll have to do later in order to beat the game. She has an item that I need. This guy's a little tricky sometimes. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and I don't roll here because if I accidentally talk to that guy, he's gonna go on and on and on and on. He never shuts up. So that's like, I don't know, it's weird. There's all these NPCs running around, and you have to be like diligent to not accidentally talk to them. That's like part of the speed run, is that you're avoiding talking to people. Link is very antisocial. All right, one more. He's hiding back here.
That's a cool little trick. You're supposed to like slidable against the wall, but
Yeah, it's possible to just do a jump attack over. All right. Mission accomplished. It's actually really convenient that I do this now too, because for doing this, when I go talk to Miss Marie, she gives me 50 rupees, and if you notice, I don't even have 80 rupees yet, and that's how many I need for the sale. So by doing this quest now, it sets me up really good, so I don't have to waste time getting more rupees. And so getting that rupee triggers the kids to talk to you and let you know about the other quests you can do, but I'm not going to do that yet. This is all I can do here now. I go way right here because there's like, it makes him move back faster. It's kind of just a little time saver. All right, so I got the sale. Now I can leave.
So, unlike the original game, sail pumping is not used here on our way to Dragon Roost.
Right, so yeah, in the original game, you can take out the sail and put it away and take it out again and just keep doing that, and you get this little boost. That doesn't work anymore, so my trip to Dragon Roost is going to be really calm, nice little just sailing there. But there is a sail trick later you'll see. It's probably even more obnoxious than the old sail pumping. You'll definitely see it later.
it's hard to miss.
Yeah, it's hard to miss, but it'll be after the first dungeon. So there's still a ways before that happens. Okay, I'm going to go through these barrels, which trigger these little rupee barrels to appear. As I collect them, I get more and more rupees, so eventually blue ones start showing up and then like yellow ones. And I would like to get all the rupees, but once in a while, one of the barrels will just like teleport really far forward, like when it appears. It just spawns too far forward to grab it. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I do have backup strats in case it does, but I really do need a lot of rupees here. So hopefully that does not happen. And I'm still not actually sure what causes that to happen, but it's silly.
The rupees that he's collecting is used to buy the swift sale from the auction house later on in the game.
I was wondering if the boat had an oscillating speed, if that has something to do with that or not.
I think what we found out in the original is that you don't want a sail pump because it would make them appear really far forward. So I think you're kind of right. Maybe it has to do with the boat's speed. Like on the frame, you pick up the rupee or something. I'm not really sure, but that's something like that's probably the case. Anyway, I didn't get screwed over, so I have all the rupees I need for now. And here's Dragon Roost. And this is also where I get the Wind Waker. In HD, they assign the Wind Waker to a button. It's the D-pad up. So you never have to use one of your item slots for it, which is really nice.
You may notice that Cosmo is actually having to begin playing the Wind Waker at some point during this run. In the original game, the Wind Waker would start playing automatically when he pulls that. However, it doesn't begin until he points a direction.
All right. Gonna go get the Wind's Requiem now. Also, like when you learn songs in this game, instead of playing it twice, they play it once. There's a lot of like little things like that that they sped up. For example, when you get the grapple hook and you swing around things, like the animation for that's faster. Just like a lot of little things that they tried to like clean up that were too slow before. So I'd say for like a casual playing experience, this is they did a pretty good job with it. I'd recommend, if you haven't played through Wind Waker before, I'd recommend picking this up.
A superior experience.
Yeah.
There's a lot of just small like things they sped up. Like the first note you play on the Wind Waker is instant instead of waiting half a beat.
Right, because you decide when to do it.
Guys, I have a very special announcement. We have just crossed our goal of $750,000.
So thank you all who have donated. This is more than I imagined that we would raise. And our next goal is going to be $1 million, because why not?
All right, challenge accepted.
Get to it, people.
So I know you don't like being interrupted too much during your run, but is it okay if I do what I usually do?
Sure.
Okay.
See, now I'm curious what happens when we hit 1 million.
Yeah,
The entire room does it.
that's a good one. Yeah.
Everyone pull up Lumazellos.
Incidentally, in the time since I last said anything, we already got another $1,000. So keep donating at that rate, guys, and we actually might hit that goal.
This is a difficult section of menuing because I have to like use the touch screen and then roll around at the same time.
I suggested to Cosmo that he use his nose to equip things. He didn't like the idea.
Yeah, like, bonk.
You should just do chin puts.
Yeah. I don't think I'm accurate enough with my nose. Need to train my nose to be better.
Intense training with Trihex.
There we go. Pretty silly, but it's hard to, like, my left hand is moving up on the control stick, obviously. My right hand is pressing A to roll, so I don't have any hands left to equip the letter, but it works. It works out.
That's why you need a nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fast, a good time to do is like while you're falling, but you have so little time.
Yeah, it's hard. There's another room where the Spanish text, because the wind is blowing while I'm talking to her, and it changes directions. The text being a little faster makes this easier because the wind is going to be blowing the correct direction when I need to throw her, so I don't have to wait at all.
In some languages, the pattern is like the worst pattern. You have to faster is to play the wind waker or change the wind direction.
Right.
Cosmo and folks on the couch, when you guys have time, if you can do a roll call, that'd be great.
All right, I'm Test Runner.
I'm a Super MC Gamer.
I'm Bavagio.
And this is Cosmo.
Yeah, that's Cosmo.
Yeah. Cosmo, hi.
Poop.
All right. You can actually miss by quite a bit, and it still works, as you see. So I'm about to get in the first dungeon. There's one more trick I have to do. There's like these two, I don't even know what you would call them.
Basketball hoop
Basketball,
platforms.
yes, 2 basketball hoops that I'm supposed to throw bombs into. I can skip the second one though with a well-timed jump attack. So I'll try to do that. Waste about 20 seconds if I miss, so hopefully no miss. Oh, I barely missed. Dang.
It's all right.
I think my angle was a bit off.
Yeah, it might have been a little too much to the right.
Yeah.
This is a silly trick.
Yeah.
Yeah. The older trick strat for this was even worse.
Picking up a bomb and waiting until it blows up and jumping up.
There we go. Alright, we're in the first dungeon. This dungeon, I actually have to do quite a bit of stuff in here. As I said earlier, there's a quest I have to do with Miss Marie, the school teacher on Windfall Island. And I need to collect 21 joy pendants. And I can't get those really until I get the grapple hook. So the first thing I'm going to do is go get the grapple hook. So I have to make my way up to the top of the dungeon. You can also throw the burning torches, or throw the burning stick through the torch. It's kind of cool. A little risky because you can pretty easily miss, but saves like a second, I guess. The cutscene trigger is like right there. So if I start a roll right before I touch it, Link continues rolling through during the cutscene. So I have to walk like a little bit less distance. It's like another tiny little time saver. There's like a lot of stuff like that in this game that's just like almost insignificant, but it slowly adds up.
Well, that combined with like the cycles for Forsaken Fortress might add to a whole second.
Right.
The rooms that he's about to go through weren't in last year's run of the original version because there is no tingle tuner. So doing a trick called a zombie hover is not survivable to go to the room above where you would go in a standard definition version of the game.
Right.
Those Jews.
Yeah, you have to wait for him. You can't just go up.
During practice, we managed to kill that guy without him breaking the wood, and we had to like leave and come back.
The wall is like stuck and
Yeah,
sword
that was
runs
incredible. So I do like a really early jump attack right there, right? And then I immediately quick spin after it, and both those attacks hit him before he breaks the wall, and Link can't break the wall, and he's dead, and the sword's on the other side. So like, I was just stuck. I had to reload the room and get the enemy to respawn and then like do it. It was really silly. I was like, wow, I didn't know that was possible.
Gotta go fast.
Some really cool movement in this particular room.
Yeah, I like the strats here. Okay, so that fire thing that launches fire at the ladder, I think that's on a timer at the start of the entire dungeon. So if you like go through rooms at different speeds, you just like it ends up being kind of random where it is. So I got lucky there. I didn't have to wait at all. Ooh, scary. You can make that without grabbing the ledge, but didn't quite make it. All right. Now you can barely make a side hop get up here too. It's a little bit faster than going up. Up. Bonk. In this room, there's this rat, right? And that rat, he can get you during the cutscene of burning the, what is it?
Like wooden fence.
The wooden,
Lines.
yeah, I have to burn it with a stick by throwing it right here. And the rat can take my rupees during this cutscene. I can't do anything about it. But not this time. It's just pure luck if he decides to go for you or not.
He can still get you though.
Yeah.
This is a dangerous room. The worst room in the entire dungeon.
Well, there he is.
To all you folks donating out there, we obviously don't have the time to read all of your comments on air, but rest assured we are getting all of those donations. We do see them all, even if they do not get read, and we do appreciate them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so right there I used my sword to pick up the key. I think it's a really cool engine feature that you can do that. Oh, nice. The recoil. That was cool.
So that zombie hover, the Vavagia,
Yeah, whatever way.
spoke about, it would have gone Cosmo all the way to here inside the SD version, but because we can't zombie hover in this version, well, we can, but can't heal ourselves.
Yeah, you would need the tingle tuner to heal yourself, which we don't have.
Instead, we can send Meeverse messages about it.
Also, I broke that warp pot. I'm going to be using that later. As I said, there's like a lot of stuff I have to do in this dungeon, so I'm going to be backtracking a little bit. Right there, I jumped during the cutscene, so Link was moving during the cutscene, which saved a couple frames, you know, stuff like that. There's a lot of little things, little stuff like that.
Waiting strats. If you like run past a guy right away, he'll get you. If you stand there and do nothing, then he won't get you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, I'm breaking that warp pot right there because, again, I'm going to be backtracking and I want to be able to get back here quickly. If you throw bombs, bomb flowers that is actually, they blow up a little bit faster. So I try to throw them at max distance. And then right as it explodes, it starts that cutscene where the boulder breaks. And I try to start a side hop so Link's moving during that. So that's like the most optimal way to go through that room.
Stair collision is kind of wonky.
Yeah, sometimes you'll just bonk these stairs and you'll fall to your doom, and it's really sad.
It's only the ones that don't collapse that you can bonk on.
Yeah.
The ones that collapse are the ones you can bonk on all the time.
Yeah, I think most of the stairs in this game you can't roll up.
Oh, he's alive. One more hit. All right. Oh, I tried to do the cool thing. There we go. All right, so I just rescued Medley. She has the grapple hook. And now that I have the grapple hook, I'm going to go back to the beginning of the dungeon. And I'm going to get all the joy pennants that I need. As I said, I need 21 of them.
Mash the screen.
Mash the screen.
Rest in peace, my screen.
All right, so these two guys, remember these guys? These are my new best friends. They have all the joy pennants I need, and I can reload them very quickly by going through the door.
And what else do you do with best friends except for take their stuff?
I don't want to be your friend anymore, Test Runner.
So I'm going to get 18 of them now. So we got a little bit of farming to do here. And again, I'm collecting these for the school teacher, Miss Marie. In return, she gives me the cabana deed, which is an item that lets me enter the cabana. And inside of there is a piece of the Triforce, which I will be needing to enter Hyrule at the very end of the game. So this is all set up for the very end right now. Interestingly enough, there is like a theoretical way of skipping the cabana deed in Wind Waker HD. It's like, it seems not feasible because it's too hard. I mean, anyone's welcome to try to figure it out, but I'm not optimistic about it. It involves this really, really precise series of glitches, and there's not like good pause buffering in this game, so you can't like advance frame by frame and then like do whatever you want. It doesn't really work like that. Although pausing can be useful in certain situations, but it's probably not something that's going to be done reliably.
I believe Gymnast and Nap were both working on it last night, and they're like inches away from the loading zone right now, but they just can't quite get there yet.
Yeah. If it happens, that'll skip all this farming, and it'll skip playing with the school kids on Windfall. It would be a huge route change for this game. All right, so here's a trick. This is why I broke the pot earlier. I'm going to break these ropes here. Oh, I missed, barely. I keep screwing up the small things. Dang it. I was like slightly too early there. There we go. Yeah, so that's kind of tricky. You have to land on that tiny little grapple thing, and then it lets you skip going all the way around to get here. It saves a lot of time, but yeah, sadly I missed it the first try. Oh, and here's a good use of the new turning while swinging thing. They added that feature into the game. Before you would have to come to a complete stop to turn, and right there it's very useful. So this is a room you would not see in the original Wind Waker. This room contains the boss key, and at the moment there's not really any way to skip the boss key. Dang, he's trolling me right now. All right, there we go. All right, so I have to use him to put him on the switch and grab the boss key, and then I can use the warp pod to take me back to the end of the dungeon. And of course, on the way to the warp pod, those bokoblins are still there, so I can steal another 2 joy pendants from them on my way. That's why I didn't get 20 right away. All right, save again. All right. And this time I'm going to re-enter this warp pod and go all the way to the end. Because they go in an order. There's like 3 per dungeon. And once you open 2 of them, they go back and forth. And once you open 3, it just goes in an order. So first, second, third. Oh, I'm surprised that worked. All right, here's my last joy pendant in this pot here. And with the new route, I can grab my fairy early. So I'm going to get that now, too.
So happy.
You can really make out the fairy's sad face on the HD version. So this is Goma. Pretty much my strat here is going to be don't get hit by fireballs while I'm trying to aim the grapple. That's like pretty much the entire fight, is don't get hit by the fireballs. They added a new feature to Wind Waker HD where you can move around in first-person view, and that's actually pretty useful in dodging the fireballs, although sometimes they still get hit.
The only thing you need to dodge other than the fireballs is the lag in this boss fight.
Yeah, it's actually really weird. Several of the fights in this game lag, which is weird because it's like the Wii U playing a GameCube game, you know? You'd think they would like optimize to remove the lag, but I have to like look at the wall a little bit here to try to prevent it. The grapple, as you can see, it hooks on so fast, so it's a little bit easier to, if Goma's attacking you, you don't have to worry about it as much because you can grapple it faster. And once you grapple it, you can't get knocked off, so. All right, so for this one, I want to get behind Goma, so I end up on the front of Goma at the end. All right, that was good. So now Goma's facing me, so that means when the armor breaks off, I may be able to turn around and immediately grapple Goma's eye. I have to wait for the animation and then throw it. 1, 2, all right. So that was that's about as good as you can do that fight, because, I mean, once you dodge the fireballs, it's pretty much GG.
One really cool thing that Nintendo does here is when they pan up to look at the eyeball that's in the air, Link moves position, which is a really cool camera trick that they did in this game.
Yeah, Nintendo loves that kind of stuff where, like, off-screen they'll do something. Yeah, it's just like clever programming. I'm gonna skip this heart. I'll get some other ones later, though. All right, now's a good time to read some donations, I guess.
Okay, great, because we have a $1,024 donation. This is from O'Nean, who says, "Hey all, I'm a researcher at the Department of Medical Protein Research in Belgium and currently working on something involving redacted cancer. You guys have been a constant source of inspiration for years and have helped me get through some hardcore crunch time. Though this may not go to something at our side of the ocean, the most important part is finding the optimal route and those kick-ass strats to keep on beating cancer. So let's race on and beat this." Thank you very much. We have $500 from Samir Arfoy. "Bring cancer down to downtown. One love." $500 from Alder. "Really good runs so far. Wish I could have seen more of them during the week. Here's to a good cause. Kick cancer's ass in the name of gaming." $450 from Maromi. "First time I've ever caught you guys live, and I'm psyched to be able to donate. You're doing some fantastic work." $300 from Cool Hand Otter. "My dog howled almost the whole time during the goal." Way to go on achieving so much. Here's to $1 million. $300 from Super Happy. "This event becomes exponentially more amazing every year. Keep up the good fight." $250 from K-Tash. No message on that, but thank you very much for your donation. $250 from SE Major. "Love the runs. Spent at least 6 months of my life on Wind Waker alone. My stepfather currently has cancer for the second time, so here's hoping for something to help him stick around longer."
Here I can use the touch screen to change the wind faster. I actually didn't even know about that until recently, because if you use the control stick, you have to like change it one direction at a time.
Oh, really? I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, and you tap the screen and you instantly get the wind you need. And actually I need to change the wind south first to let me in the boat, but I'm gonna change it to west because I need to head back to Windfall Island to complete the quest with the school teacher and get the cabana deed. There's also something else I need at Windfall, which is the Swift Sail. It's a new item added to Wind Waker HD that lets you sail a lot faster, and it's pretty good to have.
We also have donations from a couple people who I know are here. $50 from Dwango AC, who says, "This is Dwango AC here to say Cosmo has nothing to fear from Tazbot for now." Keep up the great work.
That's actually kind of interesting because someone, this is a little bit of a tangent, but someone made a GameCube controller that has like scripted input you can do. So they did this, you can like, I don't know, it's really crazy. It's just like this crazy task tool that you can like do all sorts of crazy stuff that wouldn't normally be possible for the GameCube. And that's like kind of a little bit more newer than like, you know, the NES bot and stuff. So it's kind of interesting that people are working on that.
Speaking of Ness, we also have $150 from Professor Ness. "Something like $5 for every second of Mike's goal. Keep it up. We need another year of greater than 2x donation increment."
So we're just getting more rupees on our way back to Windfall right now.
Yeah, I'd like to get 3 more yellow rupees to get a total of 180. There are 2 more yellow rupees, but I can't get too close to the island, otherwise time will freeze. So the moment I get this rupee, I'm gonna stop the boat and just chill for a second. Wait till nightfall occurs. If you notice the sundial in the corner, it's like right on the edge there. So when the clouds appear, that signifies that it just passed the point where time will continue to pass as I enter this quadrant of the ocean. And now it officially counts as night, so I can actually enter the auction house and try to get the Swift Sail. Now the auction house is super crazy. It is basically a speedrunner's worst nightmare. Basically, you walk in, it takes 40 seconds to get shown which item is up for auction that night. And if it's the wrong item, you leave and re-enter, which wastes 40 seconds. And you just keep doing it until you get the item that you need. I believe it's like a 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 or something for the Swift sale to appear. I've had this take like 20 tries, and each try is 40 seconds. So this is like, first try saves so much time, and if it could just go on forever and never give it to me. So this is it right here. It's like, place your bets right now how many tries it's going to take.
No mappa.
Orange Jesus, please. Orange Jesus, please.
Ooh, bad lineup.
Bad lineup. And nope.
Oh,
That's
Color
one.
de la
That's one.
Felicidad.
Only for 40 though. I mean,
What a
Good
steal.
deal.
yeah.
Mrs. Marie would love it.
All right, try number 2. So personally, I would have preferred if Nintendo made the sale the first thing that always appeared, and then after that randomize it, but unfortunately that's not the case.
Piece of art.
It's kind of like in my first playthrough, I actually got the Swift sale my first try. So
Oh, really?
I just assumed that was it. I didn't know there was any random. I started watching speedruns, like, why are you guys just getting the sale?
We are slow test runner. I'm sorry.
So yeah, this sale is really important because not only is it super fast, but it also changes the wind for me, which saves a ton of time as well. And now is the earliest possible moment in the game that I can actually get it, because time doesn't even start passing until you leave Dragon Roost Quadrant after you beat the first dungeon. Oh, there it is. Hey. All right, that's pretty good.
I don't know why people are clapping for RNG, but okay.
Hey, I'll take
Well, we
it.
could have been
Third
here for
try.
hours.
Yeah, could have been here forever. So the strategy for the auction is if you bid 10%, then it stuns them for a long time, and they can't waste time bidding. So what you do is you just repeatedly stun them by always betting 10%. So I just look at the first 2 numbers there and then do, so I'll bid 11 this time. Next time I'll bid 12, you know. It's pretty simple. It works really well.
This also gives you the cheapest price because if you let them bid, they drive the price way higher
Yeah.
than just jumping at 10%.
This is a silly game.
Yeah, it's pretty silly. It's like such a large detour, but it's worth it.
Want to remind people donating that
5 seconds.
$30 during any time in this Wind Waker run gets you in for the Zelda Wii U bundle graciously donated by Nintendo of America that comes with a Wind Waker HD download. That is a North America Wii U, so it plays North America games.
So I'm probably like 5 minutes ahead of my splits right now because I always get terrible luck.
You want me to tell you?
Sure, if you could figure it out.
Well, I mean, the real-time timer's at 1:05:40.
Oh yeah, I actually don't know what my time was. I just know it took like 7 or 8, 9 tries or something terrible.
Check the VODs.
1:11, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Because of that, I usually don't beat myself up too much about earlier mistakes. Like, I think I made 3 moderate mistakes so far, but like, it almost, yeah, like, with the sale, it's sort of like, well, we'll see what happens after the sale, you know?
It makes this game really comfortable to run, kind of.
Yeah, it's like, well, oh well, maybe I'll just get lucky.
Skill isn't a huge factor.
Yeah, just need that luck. So now I have the Cabana Deed. And we're done with Windfall. I can get out of here now.
Get back to the game.
Get back to the game.
Something I should mention Cosmo kind of talked about, but for those who don't know, time doesn't pass on any of the major islands. So that's what we're talking about. Usage waiting for Windfall. It's the same for all the other major islands of the game.
So the fastest way to move with the Swift Sail is to either do this, which hurts people's ears, or do this, which is a little bit nicer. Yeah. The only problem with the jumping strategy is that there's sometimes the waves. If the boat gets too far underwater because of the shape of the wave, you don't actually jump when you press jump, and it actually wastes a little bit of time. So that's the only downside, but it's a lot easier on the fingers to just tap it twice and jump. So basically, like, you jump and you preserve the speed of the Swift Sail.
And this saves about 6 seconds per tile, so
Yeah, something like that.
I guess it's worth
So
it.
you can see the time change at full moon, which means time isn't passing, so we know he's in the Dragon Race quadrant, which means he can go south.
Yeah, and right now, the ocean, even though it's like this big series of squares, I can only go in this little L shape because the game prevents you from going too far out of the way right away. It doesn't want you to get like super lost somewhere early on and then have to find your way back, I guess. So at the moment, I have to travel this route through the ocean, even though it would have been faster if I could have just sailed directly to Forest Haven, which is where I'm going. But because I'm locked in that L shape, I have to take this path, which is, it's all right because I got the Swift Sail and it's really fast. So, oh yeah, there's another thing. If you get hit by stuff in the ocean, it doesn't always knock you out. I believe explosions might always knock you out.
Yeah.
But just getting hit by random enemies, it just does damage. So it's a little bit nicer about that.
Yeah, there's a couple parts in the game during like Triber's Collection where you just keep getting knocked out, and it's a huge pain.
Yeah.
So it's a nice addition to this game.
Would it ever be a worry of resetting them in a cell?
Oh yeah, I mean, if it gets optimized enough, like you're gonna want to get like a. Well, here's the thing though. Like, there's also another optional luck-based section where you can save 1 minute and 45 seconds if you get a 12.5% chance. So that's something you could go for too. But once you compound the luck of that plus the sail, it's hard to say what the optimal strat is unless someone just does a really sick run with good luck, and then the only way to improve it would be to like, add the other luck too. But yeah, it's pretty interesting.
You can do the optionals, how much then you don't get the 12.5.
It varies. It could waste a lot of time. It's not just like a cheap, like you have to, it's a pretty serious risk if you go for it.
It's so bad that what you do is you would save beforehand, and if you get like some of the really bad ones, you just reset and go back to your save, and it's still faster.
Yeah. So that's a little scary, but it works.
Spooky.
In the standard definition version, you would just do a Wind Waker dive, which isn't possible in the HD version.
All right.
Yeah, in this version, there is no current way to get storage or doing Wind Waker dives, so it makes the run a lot different. Back kind of like how it was inside early 2012. Which
Yeah,
it's kind of fun.
It kind of takes me back. It's interesting. Like I'd say in terms of like a hardcore like pure skill standpoint, the original is probably more would be more up your alley. But this has been such a fun experience. Like lately, just playing through this a lot because I kind of burned myself out playing the original so much because I've been playing it for like 2 years. Like I did so many runs, so this is like, it's interesting seeing it all different and like have all the strats be different, but it's still being like Wind Waker. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy it. I'd say HD is probably easier for a new runner to get into. The only limiting factor there is that it's a long game, so you need to have a lot of free time to actually do runs. But in terms of like difficulty, like you can pick up a lot of this stuff like pretty quick, I think. The original had a bit more of a barrier in terms of like glitch execution and stuff. So, yeah.
As well as mashing ability.
Yeah, mashing. Yeah, see, in the original, there's a glitch where you had to like just like really hammer on the button really hard. But there's nothing like that in this game. So.
Except for text, but that's
Yeah,
well,
text is all right. It's not too bad.
just frames here and there doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Oh yeah, speaking of trying to find that storage glitch, there's one crazy theory someone had where you would walk off a ledge and drink soup at the same time, and Link would do his entire drinking animation while falling through the air like a stone, like just falling really fast. And then on the frame he's done drinking the soup, you land on the ground. And in the original Wind Waker, that would give you a glitch called storage. And in this game, it still doesn't work. And it was like the last theory on how to try to get it to work, but unfortunately it did not work. But there's not very many places in the game where you can actually do that. One of them happens to be in here. You go up to the very top of this place and dive off with the soup. And it just so happens to be the exact right frame count, so you land on the ground exactly when you're done drinking. I don't know, pretty silly stuff.
But it doesn't work in HD so well.
Yeah, so well. I don't even really think it'd be useful at all in HD, even if it did work, because there's nowhere to do it, only in here.
Yeah, and you couldn't do anything with it.
You couldn't do anything in here, so.
This is not bulb skip.
It is not. By grabbing the Deca Leaf in midair, it skips the animation where Link picks it up. And sometimes this side hop sends me off the cliff, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to save warp anyway.
For folks who donate during this game, in addition to the Wii U bundle I mentioned, we do have other prizes as well. A minimum bid of $20 can get you in for a Wind Waker skateboard, hand-painted using acrylic paint. Minimum bid of $15 can get you a Wind Waker poster, 18 by 24, super high quality. And for a minimum bid of $10, you can get in for a sealed bestseller copy of GameCube Legend of Zelda Wind Waker in nearly mint condition. Estimated value $100 to $150. So get those donations in, folks, and help us hit our $1 million goal.
Right there, I jumped out of the boat into the cyclone. It's a little bit faster than going around because you'd have to change the wind otherwise.
Yeah, it should
So
be
that's why I
noted
did that.
yeah, it should be noted that the Swift Sail changes the wind direction. So.
Yeah, I just used the Swift Sail earlier to change the wind for me, so it's like really fast.
Yeah. But that's why like he uses Swift Sail that in the beginning to change the wind direction, but then when he was heading towards that little island, he was just using a normal sail.
Yeah, because the Swift Sail, it will always change the wind direction to be behind you. And if you need to go against the wind, or be like 90 degrees off the wind or something, then you have to use the normal sail to keep the wind locked in the direction you want it to be. And I used that a couple places. You can do this thing called leaf pumping, where you cancel the leaf and then you immediately take it out again, and it actually maintains your height a little bit better than if you had just not done that at all. It's useful for a lot of stuff, actually. And also, you don't grab ledges automatically out of the leaf. You actually have to press A to let go of the leaf and then grab it. So I put the camera above Link so I can actually see like exactly how close I am to the wall, or the ledge that I need to grab.
Yeah, it's pretty scary actually, because when you cancel leaf and if you don't open the leaves fast enough, then you might just fall really far down.
Right. Or if you try to do it too fast, and then you don't react fast enough. Anyway, I can use this stick here to break this flower. It takes 2 hits. In the original Wind Waker, that stick bounced like crazy, and it would frequently fall off the platform. It'd be really irritating. Luckily, they changed it so it would just go back a little bit. So I like that change because it's.
How Nintendo knew to change that, I don't know, but thanks.
Yeah, it doesn't affect the casual experience at all. It just makes the speed run better. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
This room's on a cycle, like there's these moving platforms, and I have to make it to one at the right time. It shouldn't be a problem. Like I have a bit of time to kill actually. Oh, that's a bad one. That's a bad mistake. Dang. Okay, we'll go back up. Well, so much for that cycle. I ain't gonna make it this time.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, I felt like I had that. Just barely missed. All right, so now I don't know where these platforms, like what they're doing. They're doing something. I'll just, all right. Oh, the nut didn't break yet. I have to wait for it to break. It should be close to broken by now. There we go. It's coming back. Okay. That was a really silly mistake. I apologize. I have to wait for this too. Dang. I can actually use this platform to like launch the wind upwards and knock the leaves off that warp pot. And I use that later after I get the boomerang to get back there faster.
It's an interesting mechanic. It almost seems like that was an intended feature, but it's not really ever used.
Yeah, because like the wind blowing, like you almost, yeah, you don't really use it much for many things. Actually, you know, maybe they did that because of that one island where it's like you're kind of playing golf with the,
Yeah.
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's why they did that, because I think you're going uphill there, so they wanted it to like not get stopped or something. I don't know. Either way, it's cool that you can do that.
What Cosmo just did in that room is like rolling into I guess, the vane that comes out of the ground when he has invincibility, and by doing that he gets pushed in between like the stump or whatever it is and the vane itself and gets pushed through. Nintendo clearly didn't intend you to do it that way, but it's definitely possible.
He's morphed, so.
Yeah, they're just on me. They're my friends.
They're coming with us.
To the ends of the earth, together.
To be fair, they're pretty adorable.
They'll go away after this door because this is actually a scene transition where it completely fades out and reloads everything. All mini boss rooms are like this.
We'll remember them forever.
Yeah. Yeah, like MC is right. This is really chill. It's like, oh, I made a mistake, but I got really good luck, so you know, whatever. We're good. We're all good here.
This mid-boss is a pain to get perfect.
Yeah, it's hard to knock him down like that. You can even do it a little bit faster if you get 4 hits instead of 3. I got 3, which means like basically every time you attack him, he loses a wing. And once you attack 3 times, he can't really stay flying anymore, so he stays low to the ground. But if he has 2 wings left, he can still kind of become a pain and fly around, and you can't hit him. So as long as you get 3 hits, you can knock off the 4th wing. You can kind of try to trap him and hit him with the quick spins.
We have a $1,000 donation. Dirty Minded says, an excellent event for a noble cause. Thank you to all organizers and participants. Thank you for your generous donation.
That's always a bit weird because he's still screaming after he lands. So stay away. All right, this is like, I guess I'd call it the, I don't know, the river. I have to go down the river with my leaf This is not how you're supposed to do it. I'm going to be using lots of leaf pumps. You don't have much magic to actually do this. And these guys try to shoot you out of the air. They're really cool.
This is one of those things that...
Yeah, there we go.
That was one of those things, if you are just starting to run the game, you might not like it at first, but it really gets you good at leaf pumping, so it's worth just continuing to go on it.
That was the best I've ever done that in HD with the gyroscope. Because like the gyroscope.
Yeah, the gyro does not want to do
It's not right.
360s.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I had a lot of trouble with that at first, but that was smooth.
We theorize it'll be best if you have a spinning chair.
Yeah, just like, you just hold your gyroscope up, and then you're on your little swivel chair, and you just spin around. Whee. Just get all...
That would be considered tool assisted.
So now I got the boss key and the boomerang, so we're all good to go fight the boss now.
These warp pots are extremely useful.
I like taking out the leaf there for a little bit, because it gives me the right height to do a roll when I touch the ground instead of taking damage. So that's just like a little thing I figured out. There we go. I think it's just like a joy pendant in there or something. I don't need it.
I think we need it. We should go back.
Magic refill, very useful for later. And here's the boss. I actually really like that dungeon in Wind Waker HD because, I don't know, it just feels good to like hit all the leaf pumps and just like go through it really well.
Alternatively, though, the SD version is also very cool because you just run up some walls and go through walls and just for funsies.
Yeah.
Still makes a lot of these entries kind of wacky.
I like that both versions are really fun in different ways.
All right, I really hate this boss. Sometimes the boomerang just decides to come back earlier than it should. It kind of depends on how you throw it. It seems like it's going okay. See, I want to try to get to loop around, but it's pretty hard to do that. Hopefully that's all of them. One more? Dang. Okay. Now you can one cycle this boss with quick spins. There we go. All right.
Very nice.
So that's like one of the few bosses that you can just like kill really, really fast. Ideally, you would do like one boomerang throw to knock off a couple, and then hit one side and the other side, and get it to just like perfectly curve around and hit all the vines. Knock it down immediately, and then one cycle it with quick spins.
It's beautiful when that
it's
happens.
it's really beautiful when you can get that to work. But definitely the harder part of the fight is throwing the boomerang. Killing it in one cycle is something, like once you've run the game enough, it's not really too much of a challenge. Like once in a blue moon, maybe you'll screw up the input and you will fail to kill it fast enough. But like, yeah, it's not too hard.
I think there's actually like a way to break them all one throw, but it's...
I think that might be task only to break them all
only.
in one.
It's like ridiculous.
Challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted.
If you need me, I'll be busy all of January.
All right.
Yeah.
Good
It's
luck.
not just like put someone left and right.
Right, yeah. In the old version, you could have bombs at this point, and that would actually be faster. You can actually still get bombs by this point, but it's way slower. But you can go through that dungeon with bombs instead of the boomerang, and you can actually skip the boomerang entirely. But to kill the boss, instead of knocking him down, you just like throw bombs at him, and you can actually hit him. You can sometimes get the bombs lodged up by the boss, and it's pretty weird. It's definitely a very strange boss fight if you do it like that.
Oh, here comes another cool Nintendo camera trick.
Oh, see Makar jumping right there?
Yeah.
Oh, I actually had a different story. I was gonna say, but like, once I left my game on when he was jumping like that on the text box, and I just had my TV on. I was like listening to him jump in the background, and like after like a half hour, he stopped jumping, and I was like, "What?" And I can only imagine it's like like, I can only imagine the code is like, jump 10,000 times. And like, okay, then it finally just stops. I'm like, that's so weird.
I hope the chat had fun there.
Oh yeah. Shoutouts to Twitch chat right now.
They're still on kind of extended version.
So the Koroks go off to go and set up a side quest for you, but we don't care.
Yeah, we don't care about that side quest at all.
I
We're
have the
just
most annoying side quest too.
yeah. Actually, when I was doing that side quest again recently, I realized that once you talk to the Deku Tree, he marks your map where they are. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
really?
really useful because otherwise you have to like memorize where they are, and it's terrible. So
I never knew that.
yeah, it makes it a little bit less obnoxious.
Shouts
yeah,
to
I
game
need to talk to him.
FAQs.
All right, so this is a longer sailing section. We're just gonna go plant the Furor's Pearl for later. Then we're gonna go to Great Fish, and then we're gonna go to Windfall. So this is mostly just setting, getting these triggers in place to advance to the next dungeon. Now's one of those good times. If donation reading needs to happen, it'd be a good opportunity.
All right, we will do that. We got $500 from Anonymous. Was planning to come in person, but I got the flu, so I'm cheering for you guys at home. I lost my father recently to a heart attack, and I want to do whatever I can to prevent others from losing their loved ones. Go Cosmo. We have $275 from Ransom. I love seeing video games used as a force for good. Thank you, AGDQ, and thanks to the whole generous community. $250 from Nico Hager. First time donating. I hope I can stay up for 4 more hours so I can see the end of this awesome run. $250 from Danielle Vicari. Great cause, watching since 2012 and enjoyed every minute. $200 from Anonymous. AGDQ has been a great success. I can't wait until SGDQ, more donations to beat cancer. $200 from Morcus. I give my silver rupee to battle cancer. Good luck, Cosmo.
Thanks.
$200 from Rand. Been waiting all week for this run. Good luck, Cosmo. May the RNG treat you well.
Speaking of RNG, should I go for the thing? Oh man.
You did get decent RNG with the sale. You should maybe once. I don't know.
I don't know if I should go for it.
You know what they say, Cosmo. YOLO.
All right, you know what? We'll give it one try, and if it's bad, we'll just abandon ship and just sail there. But that's a bit later. There's still more time for donations right now. It is a potential minute 45, so.
Yeah, that'd be so perfect.
With these larger waves, it's sort of a challenge to do the jumping strategy, like I mentioned, because if the boat's too far underwater, instead of jumping, you just like kind of sit in place and you lose a little bit of speed. The alternative is to mash. But that's pretty loud and obnoxious on the stream, so
Yeah.
I'll just jump.
Unfortunately, the mashing is a little faster, particularly on these waves.
Yeah, especially with the waves.
Just a reminder, we are currently running a charity marathon for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, whose mission statement is research, education, community outreach, and advocacy for the prevention of cancer.
Made it to Great Fish. So going to this island triggers an event called Endless Night, and it's basically in perma night right now. It's always going to be nighttime until I advance the plot more. It's always raining, and Why is he so far underwater?
Yeah, what's going on there?
All right. Sometimes,
Nice game.
sometimes I just don't know about this game. Sometimes.
That's cool.
Why?
I hope you get
Well,
into him.
this is certainly new. I don't think any of us have seen this before.
No,
so.
I like that a lot.
That's really weird. I don't know what's going on. I bet he's gonna pop back up to sea level after the cutscene ends. I bet that's what's
Let's
gonna
just hope he
happen.
doesn't fly away.
Yeah.
There he is.
Hey.
Possibly.
All right, now I can go get bombs because this triggers the pirate ship being at Windfall Island.
This is quite the silly game.
This charity is being brought to you by Speed Demos Archive, the premier community for video game speedruns. We also have many here from speedrunslive.com, the best site to race video games online against others. You can go to their front page, speedrunslive.com, for more information and to watch a wide variety of speedrun streams.
Right, so in the original Wind Waker, to get bombs early and actually have it be worth it, you have to go there with this technique called a super swim where you shoot across the ocean really fast. And you can't do that in this game. Well, you could. Anyway, you can't really do that in this game, but there's always a but in Zelda games, you know? There's always like some alternative way of doing something. It's really complicated to explain this stuff sometimes, but anyway, you had to do this crazy thing where you had about a half second before your game crashes, and you had to pull out the Wind Waker by landing on the shore. And it was definitely a huge, scary moment, but yeah, you don't have to do that in this game.
That show was digitally scary because it was one of those things where if you went too fast and the island would load and then you couldn't take the Wind Waker, or if you went too slow, then you wouldn't even have the opportunity. And,
All right, so right before I landed, I changed the wind using the swift sail to be pointing east. That's my preferred wind direction for this trick coming up. This is called the password skip, as I can enter the boat without knowing the password, which is basically you have to sit through a cutscene. So I'm going to use this pot here. And this is one of the more precise tricks. It can be kind of finicky and not work sometimes. But I take this pot and I put it here, and then I kind of just nudge it a little bit. Just get over there. Get over there. Oop, okay, that might be good, hopefully. And then... Okay, I went early. Nudge it a little bit, all right. Oh, I was early again. It's tricky. Get over there, friend. Ooh, that might be too much, actually. Oh, early again, jeez. I'm always like one frame too early. This trick's a little bit scary because I have limited magic here, and I can't afford to lose all of it. There we go. All right. So the way that works is like when Link and an object are both, like when an object is right on top of Link or like right next to Link, when he's hanging onto a ledge, like usually the object gets pushed away really fast. So what happens is the pot is getting pushed away by Link, but I do still have control of Link and I can shimmy on the ledge. So what I do is I try to shimmy away from the direction of the wall that I want to go through, and the pot pushes me the other direction, and it pushes me through the wall. That one's extra finicky just due to the way the walls are shaped, and because I'm using a pot, which like moves a lot when you get close to it. So it's a pretty tricky trick, I guess you could say. Also, I'm pretty low on magic now due to... Oh, grab it. Oh, sad. Very sad. Rope game too. All the ropes, man.
The true final boss.
The true final boss.
On that password skip, it's actually pretty useful now that they have the being able to move in first-person view, so you can actually see a little bit more precisely about where you're supposed to be pushing that pot.
Right. I don't do that strat because I'm so used to the original strat for it. I'm gonna take it really easy here because these ropes are just brutal. Nice and easy. All right.
It was still close.
That was actually close. All right, we made it. We got to the bombs. Also, we're done with stupid ropes. There's no more stupid ropes in the game. Actually, there's one more, but that'll be much later. Yeah. Another interesting thing is this pirate ship that only appears during Endless Night. There's actually one other instance where it appears. You can use this crazy glitch where you do the game where you're supposed to use the leaf to fly across the ocean as far as you can. But instead of doing that, you get damage boost off the game and get back in the boat. And then once you're in the boat, you're in like a different state of the ocean because it's loaded the mini game instead of how the ocean is supposed to be. And for some reason, the pirate ship is actually at Windfall at that time. So you can actually get in here like when you're not supposed to. It's really interesting. It's not useful for speedrunning, but it's definitely a curiosity.
Thank you very much, Dino Supremo, for your $150 donation. I lost my mom to cancer in 2001. It's great to see gamers come out and share their talents for such a good cause. Thanks for all your hard work. Thank you very much, Mingus89, for your $150 donation. Thanks for everything you guys have been doing for cancer patients. Glad I can help a very noble cause. Thank you, Joy Paradise Cohen, for your $100 donation. It would take too long to list everyone I know who has been affected by cancer. It is a terrible disease. Thank you for what you are doing. Congrats on hitting 750K, and here's to 1 million.
All right, so like I said, I'm gonna go for this once. It's a 12.5% chance to save 1 minute and 45 seconds. And it's also a 12.5% chance to save 35 seconds. And I think everything else is either tied or slower. There's some that are really bad, so I'm gonna save before I enter. Also, because I screwed up the, I had a little bit of trouble with the, there we go. Just got a little bit of extra magic there because I used a little bit too much. Okay, so here we go. Hopefully it's good. All right, quick save in case it's terrible. All right,
Dragon Roost.
here we go. Anywhere but Dragon Roost.
Oh no, don't say that.
Don't say that.
No.
It turned into forest.
The first thing we're gonna see is this big mountain, Dragon Roost. Here it is. Oh, this might be good. This might be good. This might be really good. Actually, it might be Forest Haven. Okay, it's Forest Haven. We'll just sail from here. This is not one of the better ones. This is actually kind of slow, but that's all right. We can't say we didn't go for it, right?
No Dragon Roost. That's the good thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Ideally, you could warp directly to Outset Island. There's
Yeah.
a warp point there.
It's actually another thing that's like, I guess you could say really bad for speedrunning is the just the random luck factor that you have no control over. And it's kind of interesting, in some older games, like you really can manipulate the luck in certain ways, in some like much older games. With this kind of stuff, like a game like this, it's just like the way the game, the way luck works in games is it uses this thing called a random number generator. And so basically the game's constantly generating random numbers, random. They're like actually pseudo-random because the computer can't just come up with a number. So it does stuff like it reads what buttons you're pressing and where your control stick is and does a bunch of math with those numbers and just keeps creating random numbers. And like, it's not really manipulatable in newer games, it tends to be, because the random number generation is so what's the word? It's like really
Complicated.
Yeah, it's really complicated and fast-paced, and you can't really control it. It's really interesting in games when you can manipulate it, because when you can start predicting like when things, like what's going to happen that's seemingly random, but you like manipulate it just right, it's really cool. So something like that would be great for something like this, where you have to get the sail, and it would be nice to get Cyclos to send you directly to outset, but no such luck.
Because that would require, like you said, with button inputs, you're gonna have to like walk exactly the same way every time, which is something a TS can ideally do.
Yeah, and then even with these newer consoles, I wouldn't be surprised if they're grabbing like the Wii U's system time and like throwing it in to seed the RNG, you know.
Yeah, the way, like a small window of how a lot of RNG manipulation works is, usually the way it works is you do a hard reset of the console. The console doesn't keep track of time or anything, so it always just starts the random variable from the same spot. So if you can just do a very specific set of inputs from the console reset, then you'll always get the exact same RNG.
Yeah, and that's also how, if you've ever watched a tool-assisted speedrun, where they basically script all the input to be like as perfect as possible, like how those always get perfect fights and get all the drops they need is because they're manipulating the random number just right every time. And a human can't really do that. Also, that was the one time we're gonna see Beetle. The reason for that is, once you arrive at outset, Coral, the boat, he wants you to go and go inside and see your family and say hi to Grandma. But that takes too long, so we just talk to Beetle instead.
Talk to Terry.
Talk.
Yeah. Tried to do what? I don't think so.
My favorite thing about this game is that if you do go inside and talk to Grandma, she does tell you to not do anything reckless, and you immediately go behind her house and blow up a giant wall with bombs. So I love that about this game.
Thank you very much, Boot Disc Revolution, for the $100 donation. AGDQ 2014 has been a blast. So inspiring to see how skilled the players are and how much they have raised for a great cause. Thank you, Jubs, for your $100 donation. Thanks to the runners and all people involved organizing this awesome event for such a great cause. I recently lost my mother to cancer and hope my donation can go towards preventing others from losing their loved ones to this terrible disease. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $100 donation. Hey guys, appreciating all the efforts you are making to fight cancer. I lost my grandmother to breast cancer a few years ago, and I try to do what I can each year since. Keep up the amazing runs, and here's to another year of fighting cancer.
Got all 3 pearls now, so I can head to Tower of the Gods. Just need to plant 1 more.
Also to note is that inside the HD version, they also map the bombs and grappling hook to the same D-pad as the Wind Waker.
Yeah, those are in play when you're in the boat, because frequently in the boat, like what do you want to do? You want to shoot cannons and, plunder for hidden treasure. So they just give you those items always on those buttons, which is really convenient, because I don't need to have bombs on my main buttons for now. So it's just less equipping. Especially having the Wind Waker always available is really useful, because I'll be using different songs like the command melody later, and it's just nice to have it there always instead of having to worry about equipping over something.
Thank you very much, Fox Fenris, for your $100 donation. Been watching the stream every moment I can, at work and at home. Keep up the awesome work, guys. Thank you very much, Ixion, for your $100 donation. It's amazing to see what this community can achieve. Keep up the great work, and let's kick cancer's butt. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for your $50 donation. This is for my friend's mother, who passed away from cancer on Christmas Eve. Thank you for all you are doing to help this cause.
If you notice, I always stop the boat using the Wind Waker. It pulls it to a stop faster than actually stopping normally. So it's a really useful little trick. And with this, I'm planting the final pearl, and this opens up Tower of the Gods, which is the next dungeon I have to go through.
It's also the first big break in the run.
Yeah. Well, I guess password skip's decent break. Oh, unless you mean the cutscene break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where if you're a speedrunner, you have to run around your house to use the restroom.
You're like, time to stretch. That actually felt good.
Thank you very much, Christian Svensson, for your $500 donation. I heard the $1,000 donation done during Wind Waker HD, and like the applauding crowd, I was really impressed. I can't match that, but I can do this. For me, as a 31-year-old gamer, it feels immensely great seeing the community come together for this. There are those that say that there are some problems with gaming today, hints of misogyny, addiction, mindless trash talk, bad sportsmanship online. Therefore, an event like this both impresses me and makes me hopeful. Our community is great when it wants to be, loving and caring. This is the stuff that I tell my colleagues about on Monday that makes me a proud gamer.
Yeah, one thing I really like about the speedrunning community in general is that there's a lot less the speedrunning community is a lot less of a kind of, everyone's like on each other's, throat trying to beat each other's time. It's a very close community. Everyone's very supportive.
Yeah, I'd say the number one word that would define like the speedrun community would be collaborative. It really seems like people work together like very frequently, like all across the speedrunning community. And like, with events like this, I think it's pretty clear that we're all in it for the same thing. All right, Tower of the Gods.
This is a cool dungeon.
I like this dungeon.
Especially because you don't have to do the first half.
Right, so the first floor of this place, it's terrible. It is like really awful. But luckily, I don't have to do any of it. Yeah, this is like one of the oldest tricks. So you use this statue here. And then you clip out of bounds with the statue. And you can make it to this door, which skips the entire first floor. And that's really great, because the first floor, like I said, it's terrible. It's really bad. I barely got that statue through.
Yeah, that was another example of those leaf pumps. You barely can get on top there.
Yeah.
If you want an award, it can also push you up into the stairs. So.
Whoa, hello. Climb up, Link. Gosh. Dang. Sometimes when you, that was really silly. Sometimes in this game, when you do something, like pressing up will make Link go like left or right, like depending on like what he was doing before. It like kind of keeps your orientation. So like I was trying to climb up and I couldn't make him get up. It's really silly. All right. So on the second floor of Tower of the Gods, the main factor here is rescuing all these little statues, bringing them back to the main chamber, and that will let me get up to the next floor. So there's not a skip for this stuff, but I think I think this floor is pretty interesting. This is like the meat of the dungeon, really. It's also like the one time Link talks. He says, "Come on," when you call the statues. Usually he's very quiet, other than yells, you know, but he actually speaks.
Yeah, that jump he did in the Peterson was really stupid because you can jump farther than you can throw the statue. So I always like threw the statue and it falls into the void. I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah. So the first statue is pretty straightforward, and you actually get a reward for getting him. Not only does it open the next door, but you get to learn a new song too. And this song is the command melody, and it lets me control the statues using the Wind Waker. But actually, because of a bunch of interesting little skips, I actually don't really need to do that. You'll see soon. I can also refill my magic here, which is something I really need, so I'm going to do that. Also, because the increased speed of the grapple animation, it's actually advantageous to use the grapple here, as long as the bubbles don't knock you down, which they can do. Yeah, they're a little bit dangerous. So here's kind of the first room where I'm supposed to use the command melody. I'm supposed to stand on the switch with Link and then command melody the statue across. There's a this is actually a really precise jump that I can do. It's kind of hard. I have to be really careful about where I stand, and there's not really a good way to get in position. I just have to kind of inch forward until I'm there. Okay. Oh, that looks pretty good. And then right about here. Yeah.
Nice.
Very good.
Trick's actually called the Cosmo Hop. Named after the person who discovered it.
Yeah, I found that. People call it the Cosmo Hop. I think that's silly, but it's too late to change it now, so.
And since then, there's been like 1,000 different setups for it that have gone on, and people have kind of remixed it to their own liking.
Yeah, I remember when I found that. That was before I even really played Wind Waker. I was just messing around, and I realized in that room, like, the shape of the pillars, it seems like it might be possible to get a side hop to actually stay up there. Please die. He's too strong. Okay.
No. The factor is that you used to use this grammar for soup in this room, and you'd be able to.
Yeah, in the original, I had soup for that guy, so I could just kill him really fast. But in this one, you don't get soup at all, so I just have to slowly stab, stab, stab.
Using that stun lock.
Yeah, the stun lock.
Yeah, you actually do so much damage to the suit that you can just straight break the armor from the front and not even worry about getting behind the strings. Ooh.
Hello.
Ooh.
He's tricky.
Ooh. The Dukes.
All right. Yeah, those guys. I've had some experiences with those guys, so I just make sure that I just make sure to get rid of them. All right, that's statue number 2. One more. I also got the bow, which is nice. The bow's really useful.
Thank you very much, Caitlin Uyeri, for the $100 donation. I was diagnosed with cervical cancer last year and never let it slow me down. Thank you for the charity work that you do, and here's to not letting anything slow you guys down.
Another quick magic refill right there. So I need a small key, which is in this room. Something's happening out there.
The big plays are outside.
the big plays. Yeah. Jumping in that void is like about the same speed as going back normally, but it's just more consistent and easier. And I don't have to really worry about my health.
And your magic.
Yeah. I pull out my sword there because if you land on the platform just from the leaf, you actually have a lot of delay. But if you cancel the leaf or pull your sword, then you just land with normal landing lag, so you can move quicker, and that makes that room, like, it makes it really easy to get over. So I did kind of a weird sequence of jumps in this room. There's actually an invisible trigger, and this is really strange. There's this invisible trigger I'm about to jump over. It's like under me. If you touch it, then in the next room there's a Wizrobe that shoots fireballs at you. But if I just avoid touching the trigger and I go back here, there's no Wizrobe. So it's actually like really weird. I found that to be a very strange way to program that enemy to appear. Like I think a more
Because there isn't any other place in the game where you really see something like that.
Yeah, it's very unique. And like if I was programming that, I would have been like, well, if Link has the statue with him, then make the Wizrobe appear. But instead, it's just like this actual physical trigger in the next room that doesn't seem to do anything. But if you avoid it, it doesn't appear. It actually took a long time to discover that trick too, namely because, you know, like who would have thought it worked like that? You know, it's very strange.
Nintendo were pretty notorious in making very strange programming choices. So.
Thank you very much, Fair, for the $100 donation. My father beat cancer a few years ago thanks to early detection and treatment. I can't even find words to express how thankful I am for wonderful people like you guys who are doing so much for something so great.
Okay, I actually don't need to fill up on magic here because I'm going to fill up later. There's a new route change where I need a lot of magic, and it's probably the coolest trick in this run. So I'll let you guys know when that's happening. But,
No spoilers yet, though.
Yeah, I actually still haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people here haven't seen it because actually, it's really crazy. It just got discovered. This guy named Nap, he found it like right before I like boarded my plane to come here. So like I was like, oh crap, I need to like go practice this. So I learned the whole trick while I was here, and I'll be doing it. It's really cool. It's like my favorite trick in this game. But it's not coming up for a while still.
A little bit too much pre-hype.
Yeah, a little bit too much.
We're all like ready to see this trick. We got cutscenes.
Whoops. That works too. I can just roll through now. It is possible to jump over these, but it's like super precise. And like, I don't know. I think it may be like, in terms of like risk reward, you might as well just roll into it really fast and then just roll through. But I don't know. Just like a tiny detail of the run doesn't really matter too much. Especially when there's so much like luck that can go right or wrong. Like it almost feels like at this point moderate mistakes are almost up in the air because you can save so much time if you get really good luck. Although with that new skip that was found, that makes the run more consistent overall. So more runs should be reaching the end of the game if I like try to get really good times. So maybe that means I should worry a little bit more about executing everything really well.
And good RNG.
And getting good luck early on. All right, this guy. I used to hate this boss, and he's still kind of annoying, but I like him now. Wow. He's annoying. Okay.
All these blocks.
Look at the blocks. Damn. If you roll under him when he tries to shoot you, it cancels that animation. Although he's being really obnoxious. All right, there we go.
I think he heard you say that you like him.
Yeah. Oh, early. I am low on arrows. See if I can do this without getting the dreaded snot arrows to come out. They say, yeah. Yeah, the boss takes pity on you if you take too long, and then he gives you more arrows. I'm like really running out here. Oh man. I have exactly enough. It might, I don't know, we'll see. I have exactly 8 arrows, so.
Oh.
Nope. All right, that's okay. There we go. Free refill. Yeah. It's not too bad. Usually he doesn't really like waste a lot of time. It's just like kind of annoying when you take extra time to kill him. And when the worst thing that can happen though is sometimes you kill the hands and then they respawn early, which means you have to kill them again before he opens his eyes, which is his weak point. So
Have we ever discovered why they respawn, or is it just
I
it's still
still
just random?
don't know. You know, it's kind of weird. There's still a couple things in this game that just like I haven't really figured it out yet. Like I don't quite understand how it works.
It just is.
It just is, you know. All right, grab that heart. The light is so blue.
Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $100 donation. My mom had breast cancer when I was young, and I couldn't fully understand the circumstances. She beat it, but in this past year, her own mother developed breast cancer, and it breaks my heart to see her go through what I was ignorant to at the time. Cosmo was the way I found out about this amazing event, so I found it only fitting to donate during his run. Keep being awesome with the awesome games, everyone. Thank you very much, Scott Valentine, for the $60 donation. I was lucky enough to find out about AGDQ from Cosmo last year, and have tuned into all of the events ever since. Like many others watching, I have lost family members to cancer. It's a terrible disease, but together we can beat it. To everyone who is currently affected by it, stay strong and enjoy life. Thank you very much, Jason Desmarais, for the $50 donation. Sorry I couldn't donate more, but money is tighter than I'd like it to be. Still, I felt the need to show my appreciation for the amazing work you all are doing. Queen, queen. I believe in reference to the Wind Waker. Is it queen, queen? Yeah, the little
Yeah,
noise
yeah,
that
it's the sail. The noise of the swift sail.
Thank you very much, Terminus, for the $50 donation. This is my first year watching and will be the first of many. Thanks to the runners, and special thanks to the hundreds of people not on camera who made an event like this possible. Here's to hoping for a million. Thank you very much, Ashton, for your $50 donation. My girlfriend's mother died of pancreatic cancer almost a year ago. Cancer needs to be over once and for all. Thank you very much, Creepy, for the $50 donation. Warm greetings from Germany. This is my first AGDQ, but I love games and speedruns since I was a young boy. I lost my grandmother to cancer in 2012. She won 2 fights in her life and lost a third. I hope in the near future, nobody has to fight so hard against cancer anymore. Really love all of the Zelda runs. Great job you guys are doing. I enjoy every second of it. Keep on doing such great things. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $50 donation. This is the first time I've gone to watch a GDQ live. The speedrunning community is truly unlike any other. Great work, guys.
It's time for the hardest puzzle in history.
Yeah.
The solution has eluded Ganon for centuries.
Literally the puzzle of Evil's Bane.
I can see why this little cutscene here is so long, because I can tell they're really proud of this like whole area they made. It's really
Yeah,
like
that's
beautiful.
Look at it.
Just look at it.
supposed to be one of my favorite areas in the game. Though in the HD version, everything looks kind of more brown than gray.
Yeah, it's not quite just black and white. And here it's a combination of a sepia tone, plus it's not fully monochrome. So you can actually see some of the colors that are already supposed to be there. I'm not sure why they changed it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think the original definitely did look better than what
I mean,
this
the
one does.
lighting, I think the lighting's a lot better in the HD version, but yeah, I think the color scheme is a little better in the original.
The large cast shadows are brand new to Wind Waker HD.
Well
Like,
done,
those didn't
Cosmo.
exist.
Well done.
I have solved the puzzle that has eluded canon for millennia.
You are literally smarter than Ganon.
Thank you very much, Anonymous, for your $200 donation. This is in honor of a friend of mine who passed away from leukemia less than 2 hours ago. He was a good mentor and a positive influence on everyone around him. His presence will be sorely missed by many. I hope this donation makes one more dent on the cause of ending cancer for good.
What's the time at, by the way?
207.
2:07. Okay.
3-7, wow.
You are way behind us.
3 hours, where did the time go?
307.
If it was 3:07, that'd be pretty bad.
It took you a whole hour to solve that puzzle, Cosmo.
Thank you, Gola, for the $50 donation. Thanks for the awesome speedruns and fighting cancer. Thank you, Slinky, for the $50 donation. My mom's a cancer survivor, so I do what I can to help. Keep up the great work. Love you from the UK.
Probably my favorite trick coming up in the entire run.
Oh, you like this one?
Yeah, I really
Yeah,
like this
there's a
trick.
trick coming up right here. It's really interesting. It kind of, I'm almost a little bittersweet about it because even though it's a really cool trick, it's like, it skips fighting all those dudes, and that was a pretty cool part of the run too. But
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm good with whatever's faster. I'm down with it.
Before this trick existed, we actually had like a route to go around killing all the enemies in like a specific order. It was-
Yeah,
Where to
and
get arrows.
was
that was also a
interesting.
big thing with the soup because once you drink soup, you do double damage as Link until you get hit again. Not to mention you just got the Master Sword, so you're already doing double damage. So with the soup, you run around and just like destroy everything, and it's like really fun. But I'm not gonna be doing that. I'm just gonna be getting out of here. So let's go do that. Now, some of these guys might be chasing me a little bit, but hopefully they don't interfere too bad. One thing I want to do is grab some arrows from this pot over here. Hello. He didn't like me. All right. All right.
Dude, report that guy.
It's actually a really cool part of this game is the enemy interaction.
In older Zeldas, that wasn't a thing, but in this one, that's where it began to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, so that puts me on the wrong side if I roll, but because I'm still outside, it counts as the same area as where the boat is. So when I save, it puts me back by the boat, and I can just skip that entire fight. So that's a pretty interesting trick. I like it. Actually, it's kind of funny because like there was like a theory on like how you could maneuver out of bounds to get back to the boat, and like we were like, oh, it's too hard. There's no way. And then finally, someone's like, well, I'll just go to the other side and then save, and it'll take me back. And it's like, oh, duh, of course. So that was kind of funny when that got found.
And also, that was the first ledge clip, I believe, with the bomb.
It might have been.
Yeah,
bomb,
yeah, it
yeah.
is.
It's basically the same thing as the pot, only the bomb's going to explode, so you gotta get things done quick.
Yeah, both those objects are similar. The pot and the bomb both get pushed away by Link, so you have to be pretty fast. It can make it kind of harder. With some objects, they don't move, such as that statue that I used in Tower of the Gods. So that was a bit easier to do. But the bomb is a little trickier because you don't have as much time.
The original makes you Hyrule that you guys developed by Little Rule, I think. I'm not sure if it's what you just done before.
Oh,
use the electric shield?
Yeah, there's this barrier that you can't get past, and no one has yet found a way past it, but Ganon's tower is on the other side, so if you could figure out a way around it, you could skip like the entire game, I guess, but yeah, no one's ever found a way. The best theory was like, you get blasted by a bomb, or no, you get hit by the barrier backwards, and when Link stands up, a bomb you previously placed pushes you off the ledge at the same frame that you Wind Waker dive, and you took damage, so you die, and then you cancel the Wind Waker dive and then zombie hover underneath the barrier, but it still doesn't work. So whatever, it's not happening.
Someone tried, yeah.
Past it, yeah.
Yeah.
But that, like, theoretical glitch is kind of the holy grail of...
Yeah, it's kind of the holy grail of Wind Waker speedrunning, because if you could do it, you would skip like,
This one would
you'd
be
skip
so
like
short.
everything. I don't know.
It would become Master Sword, basically.
Yeah, essentially, it would be like 2.5 hours.
I'm gonna get some magic here. All right, great. I need a lot of magic for this this next bit. Also, I'm gonna use. I just got the Ballad of Gales, which lets me teleport to certain spots on the map. So I want to go to Forsaken Fortress. Unfortunately, the spot closest to Forsaken Fortress is actually, it's inside of this like island that encapsulates it, and like you can't sail out of there. So instead, I'm gonna go to Tingle Isle, which is pretty close, and then sail the rest of the way. And another thing I have to worry about here is that there are these barrels that come out of the water, explosive barrels. And if you get hit by one of those, like in the old game, if you got hit by one of those, it'd be, oh, I lost 10 seconds, whatever. Like, it's okay. But in this one, you get hit by one of those barrels, and because you have the swift sail, the boat just flies away from you, and you have to like swim all the way to it. So I want to be careful here to not accidentally run into one of those. And they kind of spawn randomly, like different amounts of them, and like sometimes you don't, like it's not too hard to dodge, and sometimes they're just all over the place. So those should be appearing in like, I don't know, probably 15 seconds from now or something.
Thank you very much, Grease Dude, for the $50 donation. Hello. Allow me to throw money at you.
See, there's one. Oh, there's another one. We're dodging that. Sometimes you get two sets of those, so like another couple barrels up here. Oh, funny fact, there's sharks in the water. They're called Georgs, which is the name of the boss of Great Bay Temple in Majora's Mask. And he looks just like it too, except they're much smaller. So it's kind of cool how Nintendo finds ways to like reuse stuff in like a clever way. That's kind of like more of like a throwback rather than like being lazy. All right, so I need the winds to remain this direction. And now I need to bomb the wall.
By the way, it did turn to nighttime automatically there because it's more creepy and cool.
Yeah.
Lovely lag. This is an area that bites in the original as well, but like Cosmo pointed out earlier, with newer hardware, you would assume that all this stuff in a remake would be gone, but it does lag very heavily.
Yeah, I wish Nintendo had been a little more careful about the frame rate drops, because it shouldn't, like, there's no reason for it to happen, but it does. I can actually two-cycle him if I do this trick with the spin. Oh, I kind of did it wrong. I might not get it. Oh, I think I got it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, like normally you'd want Soup to be able to do that, but like with that jump attack into an instant quick spin, it just like does a lot of damage on certain enemies. It's really strange.
Are you able to buffer in the quick spin as you're jump slashing, or do you have to wait, like time it?
I have to buffer it in. So I just got the hammer. And there's a tricky leaf section here. I don't want to waste too much magic because I really need a lot of magic. If I screw this up once, I'm probably going to do a backup route. There we go.
Right.
Like I said, he doesn't automatically grab it. Like you have to actually press A at exactly the right moment. If you're a little bit too late, he bounces backwards, and he's not going to grab it then because he's lost all his momentum. So.
Good try, guy.
The mob ones can't catch you anymore because you have a sword at this point. That's kind of the way the game detached, whether or not they put you in a prison.
I need full magic for the next trick, so I'm gonna sidle across this right here. I believe the wind currently is not favorable either, so it would be a lot of magic to get across. And then I can refill my magic here in one of these pots. And then I got a grapple spot here, so I don't have to waste more magic. So now I have full magic heading into Helm Rock, which is what I need. Ow.
I hope people are excited.
Yeah, the coolest new skip is the next thing.
This
I
is
will
like-
save before I do it, because if I waste magic, it's done for. And if I screw it up, I'm done for as well. I should be able to get it, though.
Oh yeah, shoutouts to Nap for the upcoming skip.
Yeah, shoutouts to Nap. And then, so Nap found the skip, and Gymnast found the clipping method. So those guys have found some new stuff in this game. And I kind of was skeptical that new stuff would be found, like stuff that's exclusive to HD, like HD only. But so we have like the double sword hits, we got like the jump slash to quick spin to do a ton of damage, and then we have this new clipping method and this new Helm Rock skip is really cool. So that plus storage not being in the game, and then like some other differences, like you start with a bigger wallet, like you can hold 500 rupees to start with. The Triforce section has changed. Like it just feels like its own run now, and that's something that's cool. It doesn't really feel like a duplicate run of the original. It's sort of like its own thing now.
It's its own game, but inside the Wind Waker skin.
Yeah,
Kinda.
yeah.
But that original mission that Cosmo was talking about, we have saved our sister, so
Yeah, so this is
Hooray.
sort of like, after I complete this section of the game, it sort of goes into its like second arc of the story. Because this is where you save your sister, and that was kind of your original mission.
also it's a small text difference in this game. Where Errol usually calls you Big Brother inside the English version, she refers to you by your file name. in
Oh
this
yeah,
version.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I noticed that right in the beginning. I was like, oh, I wonder how they say Big Brother. And it's like, oh, no, it just said your name. Okay.
There are no Big Brothers in Spain.
All right, here we go. So this used to be like the run killer, and I could still screw this up, but I honestly feel so happy that this skip was found, because it's not only is it super cool, but it's there's no luck involved in it. And the old skip, there's a lot of luck, and it was just like you had to have mashing, you had to like mash the controller really hard. It was pretty rough. All right, whoops. All right, here we go. So you hit him, so he goes down, and he gets out of your way, and then here's where the fun begins. This is kind of hard to do. This is a one frame precise thing right here. It doesn't like to work a lot, but it's not over yet. If you notice, I'm not staying on the ground too long. There's a reason I'm doing that. I'll explain it after. Shit! Oh God! I screwed up. My bad. I have to reload the save. Okay, so, oh dang. Yeah, that skip. If you stay on the ground for a certain number of frames, it starts the boss fight and teleports you back into the boss fight. So that's why I have to have a lot of magic, because I have to keep. I have to stay off the ground, and I have to go around the edge of the arena the entire time. Dang, I'm sorry I missed that. I accidentally rolled at the end there, which obviously he stays on the ground as he's rolling, so darn, that was unfortunate.
Thank you very much, Mr. MV, for the $200 donation. This is my last donation, and I'm kind of putting myself at risk, having spent way more than the ad revenue for the French restream. This has been the toughest one yet, with DDoS attacks, connection problems, a lot of panic moments, but I regret nothing. We'll calculate French donations, but I think we've crushed our PB with something like 40K at least. I hope everyone understands that we are here to help and gather French people who might struggle with English to drive more donations to this great cause. This has been the best AGDQ ever. I'm glad to be a small part of it. Keep up gathering, giving your time, entertaining for a good cause, and go past trivial rivalries for the best show on the internet.
All right, round two. Come on. All right, there we go.
Spooky end there. Very spooky at the end.
Yeah, I'm pretty sad I missed that the first time, but I guess in my defense, I did learn that, like, you know, I didn't get to practice it beforehand much because I had to learn it at the venue here because it just got discovered. But yeah, that's a really, really interesting trick because just the way the fight works, like, you know, there's different phases of the fight. So at first, you know, the bird's attacking you as you're going up. Then you get to the top, and it's waiting and trying to peck you. You hit it, and after you hit it, like that entire, like I guess what it does is like it checks if Link's on the ground and if he's above a certain height. And once he's on the ground for a certain number of frames, it just teleports him where he's supposed to be for the fight to begin, and it plays the cutscene. So now the reason that glitch only works on Wind Waker HD is because what they did to the game's engine was normally, if you have no speed and you try to roll, Link will roll almost in place. He'll barely move at all. So if you're just standing still and you do a roll, you go almost nowhere. And I think this is Nintendo's thought process, is that was happening a lot when they were like playtesting, and they're like, this is annoying. Let's change this. So what they did was, instead of having that roll have almost no speed to begin with, they gave your roll more speed. And so the way the trick works is you climb up a ledge right next to a wall so that when he stands up, he's partially in the wall. And then you have 1 frame to do an action before the game ejects you out of the wall and back in bounds. So during that one frame, I start doing a roll, and in Wind Waker HD, the roll moves further. It moves more units per frame than it would in the original Wind Waker. So by moving through the wall far enough, after that happens, on the next frame when it checks to eject Link back in bounds, Link's already too far through the wall and it thinks Link was already on the other side, so it doesn't bother correcting his position. And then from there I can jump onto the outer rim of the level, which is thankfully solid, and make my way across. Of course, with the cutscene trigger activating after about like a half second or whatever, I have to be really careful, make sure I maneuver into the door, like right in front of the door, and open it just right. So that's kind of how that works. And I also have to make sure that I have one little sliver of magic left over because I need to shoot an ice arrow later, and there's nowhere to get magic. So it's kind of hectic. And again, I'm kind of sad I missed it the first try, but it's definitely really cool, and it's one of my favorite things in this run now. Yeah, I mean, that still saved time over fighting the boss. Like, the boss is like really random and terrible, so it's a good time save. And this is kind of where the second arc of the story gets unveiled and everything, so it's another long series of cutscenes, so now's a good time for donations if they're backed up or anything.
Of course. Thank you very much, Stan, for your $600 donation. Hello, AGDQ. Hello, AGDQ. I've been watching all week and enjoyed every minute of it. I thought I'd finally donate to show my appreciation. This is a great charity, and since I forced myself to stop opening Steam during sales, this money might as well be spent doing good in the world rather than filling up my library with more games that I will not finish. Shoutouts to Cosmo for his run of Wind Waker. Keep up the good work, guys. Already impatiently waiting for SGDQ. Cheers. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $100 donation. If I had 3 wishes, I'd wish for the following: infinite grilled cheese sandwiches, solving Cosmo's internet problems, and kicking cancer in the butt for good. Thanks for all that you guys do. Thank you very much, The Incredible Pulp, for your $80 donation. A small donation from a small community of Magic players, including a cancer survivor. We're all in this together. Here's to $1 million.
If you notice right there really quick, the electric field that is blocking you from leaving, that was still there when I went back in because I was supposed to fight all those enemies. And then it just immediately goes away because it's like, wait, there's no enemies here, okay. And it just like takes it down. So it's just kind of interesting that it's still there. It'd be interesting if the enemies were still there, but they're not.
Did you have to clip out again?
Yeah, you'd have to clip out again, which would, I guess I'd be cool with that. Although I'd have no magic to do it in this current situation, so maybe I wouldn't be cool with it.
Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $50 donation. My grandmother is a survivor, and I hope my donation can help make everyone a survivor. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $50 donation. Hello, I am an acute myeloid leukemia survivor, and I'm currently 22 months in remission. I have discovered you guys on YouTube and have been hooked since then. I do not have much to donate, but I hope it makes a difference. Good luck, Cosmo, on your run. Thank you, Agent766, for the $50 donation. When I was little, I lost my grandfather to a brain tumor. As I've grown up, I've heard more and more about how much I'm like him. I really wish I could have known him better. Thank you for doing what you do. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $50 donation. My grandfather died about a year ago from prostate cancer. He introduced me to gaming when I was 3 years old, and I miss him very much. Thanks for all that you guys are doing. Thank you very much, Psycho Toasters, for the $50 donation. Found out about these events a couple years ago from Cosmo, shortly after I had lost my grandmother to cancer. Been watching them religiously since then, and found it fitting to donate during Cosmo's run. Thanks for all that you guys are doing to help prevent this awful disease. Thank you very much, Detonator, for the $50 donation. This is my second time watching AGDQ, and after watching a ton of VODs from last year, I feel like I couldn't not donate. It is really quite funny to watch games being broken so hard. Thank you very much, Eric No, for the $50 donation. Thank you all so much for putting on such a wonderful event. I've been watching these marathons since 2011, and each one keeps getting better than the last. I've lost several family members to cancer in the past, and these contributions will make sure none of our families need to go through losing another loved one to this terrible disease. Here's to 1 million. Oh, as an aside, we are at $800,000 in total donations.
That was a fast 50K.
Indeed it was. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $50 donation. I've watched many runners since September of last year and have been hooked ever since. AGDQ hits home as I lost my mother to breast cancer 3 years ago. My donation can only reflect a small token of my gratitude to everyone involved in this event. Cheers all, and why not 1 million? Just a reminder, we are currently running a charity marathon for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, whose mission is research, education, community outreach, and advocacy for the prevention of cancer. This marathon being brought to you by SpeedDemosArchive.com, your premier source for speedruns of all your favorite games. We also have many here from SpeedRunsLive.com, the place to go for races of every type of game you could possibly think of and more. To check out, they're also a great source for watching a number of different streams at any time, so check out SpeedRunsLive.com as their front page always has loads of streams to watch. But for now, stay tuned to GamesDoneQuick.com as we continue on with The Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker by Cosmo Wright.
So now I am going to that square that's close to Forsaken Fortress. This is where you go to get the fire and ice arrows. You can't actually do this in the game until you've completed part of the story. If you come here early, there's just like, it's just kind of empty. When I come here now, the Fairy Queen's here, and then I get the upgrades. So there's actually a couple items I have to get. I have to get a song. I have to go grab Medley to bring with me to the Earth Temple. I need to get the power bracelets. I'm gonna need to get the iron boots and the fire and ice arrows. So right now I'm at a sort of getting the items I need before I can head to the next dungeon. So that's kind of what's going on right now.
I think if you actually come here before, earlier, then the Queen of Fairies is here, but she tells you to come back later.
Oh, right, yeah, I think that's
like,
it.
She does,
you,
yeah.
you have stuff to do, you're not strong enough.
Right, yeah. So you can't get the arrows early.
And now she's along the lines of, you've been tasked with a great mission, so she's kind of like, here, you get my help now. Poof.
Thank you very much, Chris P., for the $50 donation. I recently lost an uncle to brain cancer, and it is great to see so many people come together for a good cause.
Next stop's going to be power bracelets, and this is why I needed to keep a sliver of magic left to shoot an ice arrow. If I miss this ice arrow, I guess I'll go to Forest Haven and fill up on magic or something. Yeah, like it kind of makes that skip a little bit scary because like it does take most of your magic bar, so you have to be very careful about it. But this is just enough magic to shoot that ice arrow, so should be fine.
Thank you very much, Anthony Pavlok, for the $150 donation. What an amazing marathon. Watching these runs is so much fun. I'm blown away by the talent and personalities of the runners and the amount of money the event attracts. $150 in honor of 2 grandparents I lost to cancer, and I'm looking forward to the next event.
This is actually kind of interesting too, is because I'm out of magic now, I don't have like the 1 or 2 units of magic I need to leaf across the gap. So I'm gonna have to sidle across, I think, and that might be a problem with the Kargarok flying around, making baa noises like a sheep. So I'm a little worried about that right here. I'm not sure if he's gonna let me cross. Please let me cross. Please. Oh God. All right. It's fine. All right.
Thank you, Kargarok.
Yeah. They attacked in the opposite order. Come on. All right. We're good. The power bracelets let me lift up heavy objects. I'm going to need them to enter the Earth Temple, and also to learn the song that I need to play medley to bring her with me to the Earth Temple. They're also needed to actually beat the boss of the Earth Temple, even though it's impossible to reach him without them. Like, they still check to see if you have the bracelets. So there's like some redundant checking in this game, just in case. They're very careful.
Thank you very much, Raven, aka STL, for the $100 donation. I'm on a student budget, so this is all I can afford to donate. It's awesome to see how tight-knit this community is. You guys are truly inspiring. This has been a spectacular venue and first-rate entertainment for the most part. Like the unbelievable Super Metroid race, the blindfolded punch-out block, the beautiful teamwork in GoldenEye, and the multiplayer match where I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. Cheers to Cosmo. Go for the Wind Temple boss key skip. Good luck with the run.
That's a good comment. There's this theoretical Wind Temple boss key skip. It would save a little under 2 minutes, I believe. And the thing is, it's so you need to kill yourself, mash buttons really hard to make Link fly, and then have a fairy fly up and randomly touch you, which will heal you. When you make the fairy appear out of the pot, it kind of flies around randomly, and there's no way to really manipulate it to hit you every time. So, yeah, it's just like, it's almost in the realm of possibility, but I don't know if anyone will actually go for that. It's just a little bit too scary.
No thanks.
It's so late in the run, too. It's like the last dungeon, like right before the boss of the last dungeon. And you need to get like that miraculous fairy luck. And you have to execute it really well. And then even if you get it, you have to do a ledge clip too, which you could screw up. But that's not really a big deal. But it's just like, dang. Like, I don't know. I don't think anyone will do it. Yeah, if you have like a really bad run, it's like, oh, this is my only chance to save time. Just go for it. There's a similar trick with Puppet Ganon, where you could skip fighting Puppet Ganon, but it's even more ridiculous. Instead of a fairy flying up to hit you, you have to, out of your hover, you have to drop a bomb, and the bomb has to kill a Keese. The Keese has to drop a heart, and the heart has to fly into you. So that's also not going to happen. No one has yet done that on console. People have done the Wind Temple one on console after like a lot of tries, but the Puppet Ganon one, you can't do it. Like, I mean, it's possible. I'm sure if someone sat there for enough hours, maybe they could do it.
I think the closest person who's got to a successful attempt is Samurai Man, but other than that, I've never seen anyone who comes back close.
Yeah, I remember I spent like an evening trying to do it. It's like you have to mash your heart out. You have to really go probably around like 14, 15 times a second consistently the whole way up, and then you have to get insanely lucky. It's just like a mess. And there's like prep involved with that too, because you have to be at like a quarter heart when you start, so you actually like die at the right time. I don't know. It's just too ridiculous. Hello.
Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $100 donation. If I had 3 wishes, I'd wish for the following: infinite grilled cheese sandwiches, solving Cosmo's internet problems, and kicking cancer in the butt for good. Thanks for all that you guys do.
Didn't that one already get read? Oh, okay.
Deja vu.
We're going for
This is
risky
called
stuff?
the danger jump.
All
There we
right.
go. See, I think they forgot Link was on the edge when they made it widescreen, because it used to be 4:3 and he was off screen and he just like naturally walks up. But on Wind Waker HD, you can see him chilling on the very edge of the screen for a while. I think they just forgot about it. Whoops, there we go.
Thank you very much, Bastille, for the $100 donation. He would like to congratulate us for breaking 800K.
I was playing the wrong song there.
Yeah, play the wrong song. Songs are hard, man. I fail them all the time.
Thank you very much, Diktala, for the $100 donation. I haven't had to deal with the loss of someone from cancer, but I did lose my twin daughters to a nasty condition. If this can help prevent someone else from feeling that, then let's do it. Thanks for the runs and the awesome week.
This is the second largest area in the game where you don't have to do any inputs.
Yeah, this is a good bathroom break opportunity if you're actually running this game. You have like enough time to get there and back and wash your hands.
The mad dash.
Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $50 donation. Thanks for a great week of gaming for a great cause. My uncle was recently diagnosed with cancer, and I hope that he can beat it as well as you've been beating these games. Thank you very much, Tiffany Young, for the $50 donation. Thanks a lot for stealing my boyfriend, Cosmo. Thank you very much. I think she means stealing her time, but
Yeah.
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 Thank you very much, Kai, for the $50 donation. Here's $50 for that sweet boss skip that Cosmo did. Thank you, Balby, for the $50 donation. Following the stream for the 3rd year. Keep up the good work. Special mention to Mr. MV for his personal commitment. Just as a reminder, we do have 2 language restreams going on of the marathon right now. We have the French restream, twitch.tv/MrMV, and the German restream, twitch.tv/exe_de.
It's time for me to get the iron boots. So that's where I'm going next. Also, conveniently next to Medley, there's 2 pots that each contain a large magic, which will fill you up completely. So as I had no magic, now I'm at full. It's really nice, especially that there's a leaf trick heading to the iron boots. That saves time. And here's another place where I have to make sure the wind is facing the right direction using the swift sail. So I have to come in kind of a little bit more south than normal, and then curve it at the end to change the wind.
Thank you very much, Adam B, for the $50 donation. This donation goes out to my friend Jeremy, who lost his battle with leukemia 5 years ago. He loved video
oops.
games.
Get in the water. There we go.
And would have loved HDQ.
Almost forgot to shoot the thing. That would have been bad. Oh, hello. This ice can be tricky. There we go.
This is like the worst battle in the game. Ice physics, man.
Yeah, ice physics. The ice physics in this game are crazy. And then here, there's like slippery slopes and like wind, and I have to roll through it just right so I don't fall down. Yeah, all right. That wastes like at least 30 seconds if you fall down there. That's obviously not how you're supposed to do that. You're supposed to go down this slide, but you can roll through the wind because when you're rolling, you can't be pushed.
That's one of the silliest tricks, in my opinion. It's just like, oh, how
Yeah.
could they overlook just the fact you could just
Really
roll
silly
right
over
through it?
silly. Yeah, just give it a roll and you're done.
Yeah, but there's some other like silliness in the wind temple. It's like
Oh
they
yeah,
weren't really thinking about the wind too much.
there's a pretty funny thing coming up later. You'll see it.
We're hyping stuff too early.
Yeah, we do.
We're
Apologies.
just too darn excited.
Yeah, we're too excited about this.
Oh, have we not done Earth's Temple yet?
Yeah, we have a whole other dungeon to go through.
Thank you very much, Shay, for the $64 donation. After watching a bunch of your previous videos, it's great to finally see this live. Thanks for the runners and everybody behind the scenes that are making this happen. Thank you very much, Stuart G, for the $50 donation. Every time I have donated to HDQ in previous years, it has been in thought of my brother, who is a cancer survivor. In 2013, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer, so prevention of cancer has an even greater meaning to me now. I'm finished with my treatments, but in my downtime between hospital visits, use my free time to learn how to speedrun Mario 64. This is not only a great cause, but it directly helped me deal with my diagnosis and improved my morale by giving me an idea of what I can do with my downtime. Thank you so much for doing what you do.
Getting ready for the Earth Temple now. This dungeon is pretty interesting. There's a lot of tricks in this one. Actually, both the Earth Temple and the Wind Temple have quite a lot of tricks.
Yeah, DC dungeons are my favorite in the speedrun.
Yeah, they're really interesting. I always do that. Songs are hard.
Thank you very much, Oxycoon, for the $50 donations. Greetings from Norway. Thank you for doing these charities every year. It's always a pleasure, and this is my first time actually donating to the event. Hooray for students' economy. This night shift of mine is really boring, but watching HDQ makes it fantastic. Take care and have a great night. Thank you very much, Corey Frick, for the $50 donation. This is for Tess Frick, loving mother and wife who passed away this Thanksgiving to cancer. Keep fighting the good fight. She never gave up and believed in all the causes SDA Marathon support. Thank you so much.
That guy's after me.
That's one thing I really like about this Zelda game as compared to the others. It has a lot of expression and just moments where you feel like you're part of the game.
Yeah. It also has really, really good sound design. Like, they really nailed, like, enemy sound effects and stuff.
Oh, yeah,
Just
it's
like all
fun.
these little things.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the better soundtracks in the series by far.
In order to proceed to the next room, I have to kill all these guys. And 3 of them are, they need to be shined by the light. But I can actually rotate around Medley like this. And she's just trying to look at me, and she ends up getting them for me. Oh, there we go. And then there's a little trick here where you're supposed to shine light over to the hammer switch, but I can just fly with Medley over the switch, over the mist stuff that doesn't let you use items, and then just hit it in the air like that.
Yeah, that Jinx makes you can't use items if you aren't familiar. So you're not supposed to be able to hammer that without clearing it.
Right. Here's a little trick. In the time it takes this block to fall, I can do a side up off during the cutscene, saves a little bit of time. And then I already threw Medley in exactly the right spot, so I don't even have to aim. I can just take out the mirror and then cancel. And that's going to open the treasure chest and give me the small key. All right. Now I leave Medley here because carrying her back with the floor masters around tends to be kind of slow. You have to dodge them and stuff. I can just re-enter the room and she'll be right here. And then I can just take her with me. This next room has a puzzle that I'm supposed to solve in order to get up. But I can use Medley again with the leaf and try to grab the ledge early. Yeah, like that. There we go.
Thing about that wall there that Cosmo grabbed it, you can only grab the staircase, you can't grab the other areas around it.
Yeah, they tried to make it so you couldn't like cheap out the puzzle like that, but you can still grab the stairs even if you can't grab the wall. So it works out. All right, I'm gonna try to give the floor master the instant kill. It's just too cool not to go for. Oh, I missed it. Oh Jesus, he's coming for me. Okay. That was scary, but it worked out.
That was scarier than it should have been.
Yeah,
Floor Master is powerful.
I was overconfident. And instead of using Medley to hit that, I can just make her walk into me. And get her up there.
Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $55 donation. Hey everyone, loving all the speedruns this year. I lost my grandfather to cancer in 2010, and I'm donating for him. Already excited for next year. Keep up the great work.
I have to kill all these enemies, and some of them are pose, which take a while to kill. I should get my boomerang out, actually. Oh, hello. All right. That's fine, I guess. So these guys, they have to like possess you, and then you can damage. If you take damage, they go away, so that's how you take care of them. I think there's still one more. Yep. Hello. Here, come here, friend. Oh no, he might be too slow. Nah, dang. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's that room. This room's kind of cool. There's a small key, and you're supposed to go down and fight your way. But you can actually stand on the lid up here and then get back to make the thing fall, and then use the boomerang. Whoa, gyro, Amy.
Please.
Gyro, please. All right.
I think that might be my top 3 favorite tricks in this game for some silly reason.
It's just satisfying.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's satisfying to the casual who doesn't like redads as well.
Yeah.
All right, here's a mini boss, and it's possible to skip this mini boss with more leaf pumping. This is actually one of the tougher sections to do the leaf pumps in, because you have to be pretty accurate to grab that ledge. And you can't, again, you can only grab the stair part of it, so I have to actually maneuver around to the correct section of this. And it's kind of tricky. Oh, nice, that was good. Opening chests is hard.
The trick's even riskier in HD because we don't have any real way to refill your magic if you fail it.
Yeah, if you fail it too much in Wind Waker HD, you don't have soup, so you can't get your magic back, and you simply have to fight the mini-boss, and you wasted so much time. Where is it? In the original Wind Waker, you could actually aim in first person with the mirror shield, which allowed you to actually do a couple tricks with it that were pretty interesting, but that's been removed, so I have to actually aim it normally.
I don't know why they took it out.
Yeah, it's a weird change they made.
Never really
All right, I want to
did-
get up here, but these guys oftentimes hit me. Oh, they were nice this time. Okay. Now I bring Medley. There we go.
You used to be able to chain light right through that form and pull it back, but in HD you can't for some reason.
The fastest way down is side hopping, but often you target the enemies here, so it's kind of hard. But that worked out. All right, then in this room, there's another trick. I only get one shot at this, so hopefully I don't screw it up. I'll be kind of sad if I do. I go right here, and then go right here. There we go. That saves a decent amount of time because I don't have to open the stairs. That was another ledge clip using Medley. Medley, again, she's like once you put her somewhere, she's immobile. She just stands there. So as long as you put her at the right distance from the ledge, you can use her to get through things.
I hope you all liked that music, by the way. It's going away now.
Right, yeah, the mini-boss music has been playing this entire time, but now it's finally dying down. Actually, it's playing both music tracks at once, the dungeon music and the mini-boss music. But after this cutscene, everything calms down and just plays the normal dungeon music instead. All right, there's a new trick that was discovered recently coming up here. It lets you skip a small key. I have limited attempts at it though, so I might not get it. It's okay if I fail it, but it'd be cool to get it. It's in the next room. The guy's looking for me. Come on. He's gonna, okay, there we go, all right. So I need a couple items here. I need these and this, I guess. There we go. All right. So Medley has to be against this grating, and then I need to take out a fire arrow, and then I have to do a frame perfect, precise clip. Uh-oh. Hopefully I don't screw it up too much. I only have limited tries, like I said, because of my magic. Okay, I'm up here. Now I have to get the clip. Right, there we go. So that's also a Wind Waker HD exclusive glitch because it's the same principle of climbing up a ledge, and on the first frame you have control over Link. You do a roll, and the roll is faster in HD because they changed the roll speed. That's why that's possible.
Out of curiosity, is that Is that locked or locked on the other side too?
Yeah, I think it is. I'm gonna get full magic from this guy, so I'm gonna let that bomb get him, and then. Oh no, he's getting away. All right. Yeah, they always drop a lot of magic, so as you can see. So now I'm full. I need a lot of magic for the next skip coming up. Now, I'm not done with Medley yet. I still need her for one more thing. Ow.
She disagrees.
All right. So this is actually a boss key skip. Oh, I don't know about this. I'll try it. It looks okay. I need magic. Or leaf, I mean. All right. All right, now I need Medley again. Disembodied hand sticking through the wall. Okay, grab her through the wall, and then, oh Jesus, careful, careful, careful. Okay, right there, and, okay. Oh shoot, well that's a bad one. I didn't get the perfect 180-degree turn. That's a problem. I'm gonna have to go and grab more magic again. So actually, I can leave her here. Oh, I already killed the Stalfos, though. Oh, damn. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back. Dang, I'm really sad. I keep screwing up all the cool skips. All right, I'm gonna let the Floor Master take me. I can find more magic in this room, and then I can use that warp pot to get back to where I was.
Thank you very much, Exec, for the $50 donation. Come on, folks. We still got like 8 hours to finish our Dr. Evil % run.
Is that enough?
I think I might need a little more, so I'm actually gonna go back really quick.
There's also magic inside the pot, right by the warp pot.
Right, okay, that'll be enough then. Whoa, that was weird. That looked strange. All right, we're good. That's enough magic.
Thank you very much, Asker, for the $50 donation. Cosmo is such a fantastic runner. Always a pleasure to watch and listen to you. Isn't it time you forced Canecraft back to the grind?
Oh, that's, yeah, immediately after AGDQ, I'm just gonna play Commander Keen 4 and just grind that game out. So, shout outs to Canecraft, who currently holds the Commander Keen 4 record. I'm coming for you.
Also, fantastic job, all you runners and organizers who made this year's AGDQ.
Oh,
Cool.
I didn't have the leaf equipped. That's okay, though. We'll have a fast way back up.
Here's to $1 million.
Yeah, I just went for it. Like, here's the bomb. Wait, what?
I noticed I was trusted.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's the one thing about running HD is that you need to have some pretty solid backup strats, because when you run out of magic, you don't have soup. In the original Wind Waker, you always have soup on you, so if you screw something up enough, it's like, whatever, I'll just drink more soup. But in this one, you don't. So if you run out of magic, there's a lot of locations in the game where you have to be like, okay, I need to go get magic, so I need to know where it is and what to do. Okay, so round 2, or maybe 3, depending on how you look at it. All right. There we go. All right. So that's the only boss key skip that everyone does in the Wind Waker HD. Like, others are theoretically possible, like we mentioned, but that's the one that's kind of reliable. You can do it pretty consistently. Unfortunately, I screwed it up. I don't know.
You're talking about at the very end there, you're talking about the loading zones, the relief.
Right, yeah, so like, well, actually, I actually clip all the way back up because Link's head is still like, it's still like high enough. So you have to kill 5 of these guys per cycle. If you take too long, then they reform and you waste a lot of time. They have 2 health, well, 4 health, I guess, with the Master Sword, but that means I have to hit them twice. And quick spins do double damage, so that's what I prefer. Oh man, Light Troll. There we go. And like I mentioned earlier, this boss actually checks if you have the power bracelets to pick them up. Even though it's impossible to get here without the power bracelets, just like a redundant check. For a long time, people thought that Wind Waker was like unbreakable, like you can't do things out of order, there's like too many checks in place. I mean, we eventually found out a lot of cool stuff, but it's still a pretty solid game, and come on. Light Troll, man. Oh, he's throwing the fireball. Okay, we got him. So I have to get rid of all of them now. I think there's 2 left. There we go. Yeah, so what I like to do is to roll and then buffer a quick spin out of the roll. Some people like to do a jump slash, then buffer the quick spin out of that. If you try to kill every one of those with just 2 stabs, it's a lot harder to end up doing it in time. So the quick spin's pretty useful. So that was interesting. I got the, I would honestly say that the trick I did before was harder than the boss key skip, but I messed up the boss key skip and I got the hard trick. But I was glad to be able to show it off. All right. Yeah, not too bad.
Thank you very much, Anderson C., for the $500 donation. First, I wanted to say thank you. I work with a laboratory group that produces many cancer-fighting drugs, and seeing the amount of love and money you all have raised brings tears to my eyes. I'm donating this week's pay to fighting cancer and for a friend of mine who lost that battle. It has been an honor watching this week. One more thing. Thank you, and Branker Z.
So there's only 1 dungeon left, actually. But after that dungeon, there's a little bit of stuff I need to do before I can head to the final boss. So there's still quite a bit of run left, even though there's only 1 more dungeon. Wind Temple is the last dungeon that's next.
Thank you very much, Sheer, for the $150 donation. This year's AGDQ has far surpassed my expectations. I took this week off from work to watch as many of the runs as I could, and boy, am I glad I did. Shoutouts to everyone who makes this event possible. Whenever I'm feeling down, I just think of all of the hard work this community puts in and all the money the donators give to support this cause. Let's finish this year strong. I would love to see us reach 900,000 to double last year's total. Thank you very much, 404, for the $100 donation. My cousin was recently diagnosed with cancer, and thus it really hits close to home for me. She's only 9 years old and going through chemo, and life is tough for her and her parents at the moment. Hopefully donations like this will help ensure that other kids do not have to go through the same pain. Thank you very much, Kane, for the $65 donation. Final donation of the marathon for me. I will endeavor to be there next time. Cosmo, we have unfinished business.
We do. That Commander Keen, man. Good game.
So yeah, side hopping, a lot faster than walking. It's pretty silly.
I like how when you hammer that big thing, it just like goes and just.
Yeah.
It's not like crack or smash. It's just like, I feel like it's made out of like cake or something. Styrofoam. So each stage needs a song. So Medley needed the, what is it even called? Earth God's Lyric.
Earth God's Lyric, yeah.
Yes, and
Or the up
Makara
song
needs
and the down song.
The wind
the
gods
up,
are.
yeah, the up song and the down song. That's how I think of it. Wind God's Aria. That's it. That's what we're getting right now. Then I just need to go grab them, and we'll head to the Wind Temple. Wind Temple also has quite a few tricks.
Thank you very much, Alan, for the $50 donation. Hey, here's my part to $1 million. Thanks for a great week. I enjoyed it a lot. Glad to see so many people donating so much money for a good cause. Faith in humanity restored. Thank you, SDA, SRL, and everyone else connected with this event for kicking cancer in the butt. Just a reminder, we are currently running a charity marathon for the Prevent Cancer Foundation, an organization dedicated to research, education, community outreach, and advocacy for the prevention of cancer. This marathon being brought to you by SpeedDemosArchive.com, the premier community for video game speedruns, which is completing games as quickly as possible through extensive planning, practice, and knowledge of game mechanics and glitches. We also have a Twitch team page at www.twitch.tv/team/SDA. In addition, we have many here from SpeedrunsLive.com, the best site to race video games online against others. Players of all skill levels are welcome to join, whether you'd like to become competitive or just race casually with friends. You can go to their front page, SpeedrunsLive.com, for more information and to watch a wide variety of speedrun streams.
It's kind of funny, the little things you remember when doing speedruns. Like, I know that he's going to speak for 5 text boxes before I have to use the Wind Waker, because if I keep mashing, I'll accidentally talk to him again and waste time. So little things like that you have to keep in mind.
Thank you very much, Chanky, for the $50 donation. Hey guys, my best friend died of cancer at the age of 17, which was the most horrible experience of my whole life. That's why the cause is so important to me. Thank you all for doing this amazing event and entertaining me every day on SRL.
Take a bow.
Thank you very much, Ole, for the $50 donation. Greetings from Norway. Drove 2 hours to visit a friend tonight so we could see Wind Waker together. Big thanks to all runners and the crew behind the scenes. What a week it has been. Thank you very much, Vlad N, for the $50 donation. First time following ATDQ, and I'm loving the entire experience. Wind Waker is a title that defined my childhood. It's a pleasure to see the unique ways Cosmo breaks the game. Thanks to all the runners. Let's outrace cancer.
One of the cool things with the new shadows is like when you break that thing that was spraying wind out, like you can see the shadows of the trees, like go back up straight again. It's like really interesting. There's some stuff like that that looks really nice.
Yeah.
Other times I think the shadows don't look that nice, but it just sort of depends.
You know, some places with the shadows are just, the algorithm they use are just kind of buggy. Like, if you look at the door frames, a lot of times the door frames will cast shadows even though it's against the wall. And it's like, wait,
Right.
It's one of those things like when you start looking for the shadows, you see them everywhere.
There's also two different shaders in effect. Like when you're near fire like that, you can see Link looks more like clay-like, and then when he's like in a room like this, it's just cell shading. I don't know why they decided to use two like opposite shaders. It's kind of weird. I think some people disagree with like it aesthetically, but I think it works out okay. It's just a little strange that they decided to do that. All right, we're in the Wind Temple now. Whoops. All right. The first couple rooms are kind of straightforward. I just need to get them on the switch to turn off the wind, and then make my way over.
I would just like to remind the donators, you do not need to specify that you wish to win prizes. You're automatically entered to win prizes after you donate, as soon as you donate during this game. The current prizes that are eligible during this run, $10 puts you in for a sealed Player's Choice copy of Wind Waker. $15 puts you in for a Wind Waker poster. $20 puts you in for a Wind Waker skateboard. And $30 puts you in for a boxed Wii U with Wind Waker download. And just to be clear, that means that if you donate at least 15 or at least 20 or at least 30, whatnot, you're entered for those prizes, and anything that will be the dollar amount below that, you're entered for those as well.
Fun fact about this room is that Makar gets captured here by the floor masters, and it is possible, I think on the original, to actually like get up here with bombs and actually prevent him from getting captured. Like you have such little time, like right here, right now, like that little bit of time, like you can actually save him in that time. And it's really weird. It's not useful for anything. It's just an interesting thing that you can actually do that. For that tiny bit of time that I have control, what I do is I just turn Link around so he's facing the door to get here a little bit faster. This is a long-distance sniper shot to hit that warp pot. It's actually an unintentional shortcut. You're not supposed to be able to, like, I don't know. I guess it's kind of sitting out there, but it's just like such a ridiculous shot. I guess they kind of forgot that it'd be possible. So I'm just like backtracking into this room. This is like the second room of the dungeon. And I can go down here and get in this one, and it'll take me there. Also, you can break the tops of those pots with your sword now. In the original, you had to use bombs. Or fire arrows, like I just did. Okay, so this opens up the middle, and that skips like a big chunk of the dungeon. I'm gonna do another glitch here. Hopefully I don't screw it up. Oh yeah, and he's like, please rescue me, even though I've already opened the floor, which is kind of weird. All right, so right over here, I have to land on top of this door frame and not fall down. It's kind of harder than it looks. Okay, there we go. There, and that, again, it's the same principle, the one frame roll. So that's a Wind Waker HD exclusive again to get through that wall like that. Here's a mini boss. He summons a Dark Nut and a Wizrobe, and the other Wizrobe can summon more enemies. So hopefully he spawns on the ground. That would be ideal. Great. Okay, so Ice Arrow, and then give him the hammer. And then where are you going? Where is he? Oh well. Okay, the interesting thing about that one is because he already summoned the Dark Nut, he can't summon more enemies until I kill the Dark Nut. So I can just kind of leave the Dark Nut. Whoops. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. All right. There we go. No problem. That's another
enemy music now. Instead of the boss music.
Yep. This guy's mad at me. The Dark Nuts, it's actually really interesting how this works. Like, when enemies are frozen, you can hit them with the hammer and they shatter, and that's really cool. But the Dark Nuts, like, they were really clever about the combat in this game. The Dark Nuts, you can freeze them for just the shortest amount of time, so it's just barely possible to hit them with the hammer. Other enemies, you have much longer. So it's like, well, these enemies are tougher, so you shouldn't get free one-hit kills. You have to actually be, like, really fast. I don't know. I feel like they put a lot of thought into the combat.
I kind of feel like killing the Dark Nuts with the hammer was actually not really intended, because just how fast they break.
You have to do it super fast.
Yeah.
Alright. Another trick coming up right here, using bombs. There's a puzzle down below in this room, but if I do a damage boost just right, I can actually make it up here without doing the puzzle. Yeah. And that gives me a small key, which I'm supposed to use at the top of the dungeon, but I won't. I'll use it somewhere else. Now here's an interesting little shortcut. If you break the middle one, floor masters appear and they take you away. If you break the other panels, different enemies appear. So if you break the middle one, you can take a shortcut back up to the top, which is really nice because I'm going to go save my car now. And I need this. Okay. Now, there's a tricky throw I can do here. You're supposed to use the command melody to throw them across, but if you're just on the edge and you aim just right, you should be able to get it across. Yeah. Now through here is where I can get the boss key. As we said earlier, there is a theoretical boss key skip that is too luck-based, so no one does it. I mean, it's possible, it's just too luck-based. And this is what it would skip, is going into this room. This room has a triple Dark Nut fight. Bad things can happen. Pretty much the strat for Dark Nuts is you take out your sword, you wait for them to attack, and you want the overhead parry, but it's luck. It depends on what attack the Darknet decides to do. So if you get lucky, you get the overhead, and then hopefully the helmet breaks. It doesn't always break on this version. And once that happens, then you can do the headshot with the ice arrow and then the hammer. So that's like the strat. I need to actually equip some items before I engage here. All right. Now, I can actually break off multiple helmets at once if I get lucky. See, the back parry is bad. I don't want that. Okay, this guy can die now. Okay, this guy's attacking first. Nope, another side parry. That's no good. Head parry, that's good. All right. So strong.
He's angry.
Oh, he's too good. That jump attack, by the way, does a lot of damage, so yeah, don't want to get hit by that. Yeah, that's one interesting thing about some of the enemies in this game. It's just like, it's always a different fight every time because you're engaging multiple at once, and there's a little bit of RNG depending on like which parry you get. So, I don't know, it makes it interesting. And then again, like another good example of that was that Wizrobe fight, where sometimes the Wizrobes teleport up top and sometimes they don't. Like, that kind of luck in games where it just like affects it a little bit, and like sometimes it's worse, sometimes it's better, but it creates different complex situations. I actually kind of like that. A good example of the luck I do not like would be the stuff with the Swift Sail or Cyclos, where it's just pure, just you try it, hopefully it works, hopefully you don't get completely ruined by it. Hello, are you coming down? No? Come back. All right, I have to make sure he doesn't get in my way when I'm doing the skip here. So, all right. Oh, not quite. Oops. That was actually extra confusing because the Armos Knights up above shook this screen, and it made it like look really weird, and I couldn't really tell what was going on. This is another ledge clip with the bomb. I'm gonna go one more frame. Yeah, there we go. All right, so that gets me all the way down below, and I'm using the small key on the wrong door. I'm supposed to use that small key to access a switch that opens the bottom, but with that glitch, I can just get all the way down to the bottom. Now I'm pretty low on magic, so I'll have to make sure to refill pretty soon. I think I'm good on arrows. All right, so there's some bushes here. Some of these contain magic. Not that one. There we go. All right, we're good. You're supposed to use my car here to plant a seed. Oh, barely missed it. Dang, that's a kind of a time waster. I have to climb back up the vines. You can make it across with like a really well-timed jump, pull the leaf, and then exactly the right time, take the leaf away, and you can grab the ledge. Kind of screwed it up there, though.
Yeah, I was kind of mentioning back at the ice spring aisle. They didn't seem to like fully test out these like wind blowing.
Yeah.
You could just get past them with all of them without doing what was intended.
There we go. And if he captures you, that's kind of bad news, because he'll take you all the way back, and you have to glitch your way down again. Okay.
This upcoming thing is like really weird in general.
This is a pretty hilarious trick.
It's very, very, very odd.
We're going in.
We're going in. Almost through. We did it. All right. Mulgara is a little bit different on this one. They actually redid the music in this fight a little bit. The old classic thing where the guy was going like, yeah, like they made it really quiet so you can barely hear it, which
Yeah.
makes me kind of sad.
Yeah, because the best part.
Yeah, that was the best part. And then also, you can't snipe him out of the air anymore. So what you do is instead lure him to go on the ground really fast. However, thanks to the gyro aiming, I can actually grab his tongue faster than normal. Pretty much every time he comes out of the ground, I can usually snipe it with the gyro right as it's coming out, which is a little bit faster than with the analog stick, or at least with the Z targeting that I used, or L targeting that I used to do.
I also found there's a boss that tends to lag the game up.
Yeah, when that particle effect comes out, the lag gets turned up. A lot of frame rate drops. This boss's health is based on number of hits rather than how strong your attacks are. You need to do 3 hits every time you grab the tongue. Doesn't matter what those hits are. It just so happens that, you know, Quick Spin ends up hitting twice, so it's really good. And I try to look away from his little minions because they like to jump and cause a lot of lag. Keep them off screen. Now I want to like go really close to him so he decides to attack me early. And go down. Now I need to see where he's going. Okay, this might be a problem. To snipe it. Yeah, that's why. Stuff getting in my way. Alright. Again, lure him down. Alright, where to? Alright, here we go. This should be okay. There we go. That works. And it's actually funny, on the original, from what we can tell, on the European version and the Japanese version, and maybe the North American version, if you kill him and create a lot of lag, when you step into the warp, the game just crashes. So, like, we had to come up with strats to, like, reduce lag right when you kill him. In this one, though, like, that hit I just did, like, there was all these particles on screen, and I just, like, gave him the spin attack, and it should cause a lot of lag, but I think they just completely fixed the crash. It's no longer something to worry about.
Well, by donated demand, it seems that I must ask. Cosmo, there appears to be a very severe lack of color on your nails. Comments?
Actually, my right ring finger is gold, but that's about it.
Yeah, must have heard some plus people asking what colour the nails are.
Yeah. Just my right ring finger is gold. Just felt like it, I don't know.
Very well done.
No, you don't. You really don't. Now I need to collect the Triforce, and they actually, okay, some people are wondering how the HD version could be like faster than the original if some of the glitches were fixed. And the answer is, well, it's a combination of a number of things, but one of the biggest factors was the redesigned Triforce hunt. It's a lot shorter. Pretty much in the original Japanese GameCube version, you had to get 8 charts, decipher all 8 charts for 3,184 rupees, and then go fish out all the shards. Not only that, but you had to go and grab a bunch of treasure charts too to get one of the charts, and it just wasted a ton of time. On the GameCube English version, you didn't have to get those extra charts, but you did still have to decipher all 8 Triforce charts, and that, it takes forever. In this game, there's only 3 charts you have to decipher, and you start with a wallet big enough to decipher them one at a time. The other charts have been changed into shards, so you just get the shards right away, and it saves a huge amount of time. That plus you can skip the intro, the text is faster, there's the faster sale. It made it so that HD ended up eclipsing the original time by quite a bit, and that's just pretty much how it is. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to Outset Island and then go into the Savage Labyrinth. The Savage Labyrinth has 50 floors. However, I only have to do the first 30. That's where the Triforce piece is. If you go deeper, you can get an item. And it's actually really funny. Again, more version difference stuff. On the original Japanese GameCube version, on the 50th floor, you get a yellow rupee worth 10 rupees. And it's like really,
Congrats.
yeah, congrats, I guess. And then on the US version, it's a heart piece. And on this version, it's the hero's charm because, you know, just a generic heart piece wouldn't be good enough. So you get the hero's charm, which is an item that it's like a mask that Link wears. And it lets you see enemy health bars. I know when I stream this game, like if I ever mess around on a file that has the hero's charm, everyone's like, what is that? How do you get that item? Because like a lot of people never ventured like super deep into the side quests. But yeah, it's interesting. Like a lot of items are placed in different locations depending on what version of the game it is. I think doing a 100% speedrun on HD would actually be pretty cool, just because you would go through like all 50 floors to get the hero's charm and stuff. It'd be pretty cool.
I think my first playthrough, like I just wasn't even paying attention. I just assumed it was a heart piece, and then like people were wondering like, why aren't you wearing the mask? I'm like, what mask?
Oh yeah. It actually kind of hidden. You have to like go in your inventory and like specifically equip it. It's a little bit hard to find. So again, like the double hits with the sword right here is so useful, and that's again only in the HD version. Just for some reason, like it hits twice, and I don't know, it's good.
Using that parry animation
To equip items, yeah.
Thank you very much, Hugh, for the $150 donation. Giving another $150 since these runs continue to be great because the money is going to a great cause.
These rooms are also pretty interesting from a speedrunning standpoint because like the fastest strategy is not really too obvious. Like I think some people handle these rooms in different like styles, like different play styles.
Thank you very much, Anonymous, for the $500 donation. Thanks for putting on this amazing event year after year. The importance of what you are doing cannot be understated. Here's to many more years of great speedruns for great causes.
That was pretty good.
Thank you, Trivok, for the $60 donation. Greetings from Sweden. 3 o'clock over here. We'll stay until I topple over. Thanks for a great event and a great initiative. Keep up the good work.
If you can't tell, the boomerang is pretty awesome in this game.
They also designed the 10, like every 10 floors they do it based on different dungeon designs. So right now we're inside like the Forest Haven section,
Right.
and the first 10 floors were the Dragon Roost section. And I believe the third one technically counts as Tower of the Gods section.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's why there's 50 floors. It's like 10 floors for each dungeon. Not counting Forsaken Fortress. Oh, he's gonna be alive for a little while. Oh,
Oops.
okay, that works. In this room, you want to kill the bugs first because they have a really long death animation, and then you go for the bokoblins.
Yeah, those, like, I guess, unwinged Mothula that don't really know what their names are.
I think they're still Mothulas, I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're much easier to fight when you get the Master Sword, because you just slash them and they're gone.
Yeah. I actually need to start collecting rupees here. I need about 400 rupees every time I decipher one chart. I have to do that 3 times, as I said. Now I'm on the last 10 floors. These floors can all be skipped. This is a pretty interesting trick, and I actually use the gyroscope aiming for this. It's actually like I just kind of twitch the controller down and it kind of works. The iron boots help keep me in place, and basically I just take damage so I'm invulnerable. And then I need to hookshot pretty accurately the bottom of the torch in front of the fire.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do. I believe it was Mug who discovered this originally.
Just be careful, on some of these floors, if he's a little too slow, then the enemies will be in a huge problem.
Yeah, if you're too slow, you can get really messed up really bad. And then also, there's one floor where an enemy can sometimes get you even if you're as fast as possible. There's this one bokoblin who likes to run up and slash you. I think he's coming up pretty soon. It might be the next floor. I'm pretty accurate right now. This has been really smooth.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah,
Here
this
he
guy is a jerk. Go away.
There we go.
There's actually a floor earlier on. It's these torches that lets me able to skip them, but the floor is so fast anyways, it's not really worth it.
Yeah, it might be worth it in HD because you don't have soup, so you're not really, Oh, come on. Ooh, that was cool. You got the 180-degree
Get in
turn.
the hole.
Yeah, barely got that. Too high. Nice.
Wow. Very good.
Again.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, so done with that.
last floor is probably one of the scariest ones. If it goes wrong, those dark ants will destroy you.
Yeah.
And then you pretty much have to end up battling them because it'll ruin everything. They'll start walking in the fire in front of you.
I remember I was watching someone stream and they ran out of health here, so they had a quarter heart left and they couldn't do the floor skips anymore. So they had to go through like the last 5 floors with a quarter heart and not get hit. And it was like, oh my god, this is intense, because if they die, they're all the way back at the top and they just like lost their entire run. So it's pretty entertaining. All right, we got a Triforce shard. Done with that.
We're on our way.
So one of the Triforce shards is actually inside this ghost ship that appears at different parts of the ocean, depending on the moon cycle. So if like it's a half full moon, then it's like in a certain spot. You know, full moon is somewhere else. And before I can even enter that ghost ship, though, I need the ghost ship chart. It doesn't let you enter even if you can find the ship. You still need that chart. So that's what I'm going to go do right now really quick. It's in this island over here. And there's another cool trick to get the chart. There's actually like, it's kind of like this warp maze where you have to go through all these pots and warp around and try to find your way to the end. But there's this interesting hookshot trick you can use with good timing to get inside of a wall, and then from that wall you can hookshot the treasure chest that contains the ghost ship chart. So that's what I'll be doing in a second here, once I get inside.
Thank you very much, Matai, for the $100 donation. That is an awesome week of games. Special thanks to Mr. MB for the French restream, and also all French commentators and moderators. Clap up for German restream. Rummel Germensch. Just a reminder, we have 2 language restreams right now. Twitch.tv/MrMV for the French restream, and Twitch.tv/EXE_DE for the German restream.
Oh, missed it. It's alright, I have plenty of bombs. Should be okay. Yeah, this looks better. Oh, early, damn. What's interesting is if you pause the game, Link will shoot the hookshot immediately. And it's actually kind of useful because you can do this trick like really accurately. Like that. Oh, really? That didn't make it? Dang, having trouble here. There we go, all right. Yeah, so now I'm in here and I can get up here. Took a couple tries. So I need 7 more shards, and then I'm done with the ocean, and I can head to the final section of the game.
So how does that clip exactly work?
That clip works because if you press L and then a direction, after you shoot the hookshot, you regain control of Link, and the hookshot's still firing. And if that gives you a little bit of time to move while the hookshot is being fired. And what you do is you move around a corner so the hookshot drags you through a wall. And then at that point, you need to get hit by a bomb while on the hookshot and knocks you at the correct direction so you go through the wall. And that's pretty much how that works. It's pretty good. It's not useful in that many places, but that's like one place where it's definitely really good to do. Now I need to grab this. Hopefully I don't get bombs to hell. All right.
No difference in Wind Waker HD. The amount of time you have to kind of pull up is treasure chest out of the water, especially.
Yeah, they sped up the grapple animation both when you're both the grapple animation when you are swinging off of it and when you're pulling up treasure. So they decided that just takes too long, and people didn't want to sit around and watch all that. It does make it a little easier to get treasure too, because you're not getting like bombed. Because the bombs have less time to hit you. All right, so I have enough rupees here. I'm gonna go decipher my first chart of 3. So this is my first trip to Tingle. And he takes a lot of money, but it's required to beat the game.
Because as it turns out, going back to Tingle 3 times is faster than spending the time to go to the fairy fountains and all that.
Right, yeah, you would need to get, basically, if you took the time to get 1 wallet upgrade, you would still have to make 2 trips. And if you went out of the way to get all 3 wallet upgrades, then you could do it in 1 trip, but at that point, it's still just faster to go to Tingle right away with your individual charts and just do it 3 times. So that's 1. Ow. All right. Now this route works out really, really nicely. So I'm going to go to Forest Haven now. And I have to go to Bird's Peak Rock, which has another thing that I need for the Triforce. But on the way there, right next to it is Cliff Plateau Isles. And that's actually where one of the Triforce shards are under the water after I decipher the chart, which I just did. So this works out really nicely. I pretty much just go this way, and then I actually have to go to my map screen on the touch screen, and then open the map so it appears. There we go. See, so it just appeared just because I opened it right there, and I need to grab it. And again, using the Wind Waker to stop the boat is a really effective strategy, because hitting A to like slow down, like you still skid for a while, but if you pull out the Wind Waker, you're just like a dead stop. It's really useful. And right next to here is Bird's Peak Rock. Now, Bird's Peak Rock, you're supposed to use the bait bag and then buy highway pairs and use those to control the seagulls so you can hit these switches on top of those rock spires. But because of a grappling hook trick I can actually skip that and never get the bait bag. In fact, the only time I saw a beetle was that one little brief glimpse when I was at Outset Island when I needed to go indoors for a second. So right here, there it is. If I time this just right, on the backswing, I'll end up inside the wall, and then I can get down there. Also really convenient is that 1 quadrant away is Bomb Isle, and because of the current moon phase that I'm on, the ghost ship is going to spawn there, and it's nighttime, so I can just sail right over there and get inside the ghost ship to get the next Triforce piece.
Which is an additional map convenience, so that's a good place to get money.
Oh yeah, the ghost ship, it's pretty fitting, but the ghost ship has a lot of treasure in it, so you get like 310 rupees when you break the pots, which is really nice because I need about 300 more rupees so I can decipher the next chart. So over here is the ghost ship chart. I'm gonna need the leaf. I'm gonna need, well, soon I'm gonna need the cabana deed. And I'm gonna need the hammer too. Actually, the grapple hook. Yeah, there we go. All right. So if you remember runs of the original Wind Waker, we would sit here for several minutes farming these pots over and over again. But because I only have to decipher the 3 charts instead of the 8 charts, I can just come in here and grab the treasure and leave, so there's no waiting around.
A little bit of trivia about the chest that Cosmo just opened in the original Japanese version. If you jumped on top of that with a jump slash, the game would actually crash on the
Yeah.
GameCube.
Thank you very much, the Yeti, for the $3,000 donation. Hey all, Yeti Glenn here. Thank you all so much. Let's hit that million. And can I get a woo from the audience?
Why you make us do this, the Yeti?
So here's where I need the cabana deed. This is why I played hide and seek with the school children, why I got 21 joy pendants, why I talked to Miss Marie. It's so I could open that door. Behind that door is a loading zone that's always there, and if someone can figure out a way to touch it, we can skip it. We're pretty close, but not quite. So maybe at some point. That would cut off another like good 5 minutes if you could do that.
This particular place is like probably one of my favorite areas of the game just because of how silly this is.
You can hammer through the walls and hit the switch on the other side. There's all these like sewers you're supposed to crawl through, but if you know where to swing your hammer, then you don't have to do it.
Yeah, it makes this area really short.
You're supposed to crawl through them all and like fight redeads and stuff, and it's just really tedious and long, but doing it this way is really, really fast.
My only fear here is the rat's gonna jump out at me right before I save and I'm gonna lose 50 rupees. That would be bad. Alright, we're good. So it's time for the second trip to Tingle now. I have enough, I'm full on rupees and I got a whole bunch more stuff. One annoying thing is that this little cutscene, that cutscene doesn't exist if you've already played the song before, but when you save warp, it kind of resets that, so you have to watch it again, even though you've seen it before. But if I never save warped, it would never play that cutscene again, just the one time. They do something similar with like rupees in Twilight Princess and treasures in Skyward Sword. You end up watching these little cutscenes that are kind of annoying. I wish they would like save to the file rather than save to the current playthrough.
Yeah. It's nice that Wind Waker just had cutscenes for rubies.
Yeah. All right, hello again.
Thank you very much, All Divided, for the $50 donation. Hey guys, had to get this in before the end of the marathon. From start to finish, you guys have been a driving force to show that the gaming community can and does do good. You smashed 100K viewers at once, you smashed the new record for a gaming charity marathon, and you did it with style, and blindfolded, and one-handed. Needless to say, you are all amazing. From behind the scenes guys to the runners themselves, you have done a wonderful thing this week. It's said that money talks. Well, how about over $815,000? Congrats, guys. Cheers.
So I'm heading to the Islet of Steel now. There's another chart in there, the last one. Oh wait, I don't need to equip bombs. This game's nice and already equips them for me. Alright. He doesn't leave an orb behind in this game, so you can just kind of go in here with the boat. Although, I don't know, it's still probably faster to just get out and swim. Alright. So next to this isle is Stonewatcher. Not only is there a Triforce piece in the water at Stonewatcher, but Stonewatcher itself also has one. So I can get 2 there, and then I'm really close to being done. I will have to go to Overlook Isle after that though, and that'll be one of the last things I have to do before I head back down to Hyrule. So as you can see, the Triforce section has been definitely made a lot faster, and I think all the old complaints people had with it are pretty much solved with this game. There's pretty much no problems.
Yeah, from a catalog standpoint, this game's a huge improvement over the original.
Yeah. Hopefully this is good. Okay.
Thank you, 520, for your $525.02 donation. Hey, GDQ, 520 here, giving my donation. GDQ events are awesome as always, and I had a great time. Unfortunately, this will be the last one I'll be able to attend in person for a while, but I'll definitely be attending in spirit. Shoutouts to the 502 crew for being my speedrunning family, and all the people over at Team Liquid for their support.
There's 101 rupees sitting in this pillar. It's pretty good to get those for my final trip.
Travis Collection has two of these like mini gauntlets.
Yeah, there's two of these like places. One's Overlook. I'll be doing that shortly too. It's like a little lazy. It's kind of copy paste, but I mean, oh well.
It's still fun.
Yeah, it's still fun. They have different enemies, and
This one's supposed to be like the weaker of the two.
right. This is like the weaker one because you only need the power bracelets to access it. The other one.
You need the hook shot.
Yeah, the other one needed the hook shot to get in, so. I just usually just vertical slash over and over, or horizontal slash over and over in here. It's pretty effective. I think one of them lived. Wait, no? No? Okay. That works.
Yeah, you have to be careful. Some attacks will knock enemies to the ground even if they're not dead, and when you do that, you can't kill them. You have to wait till them get back up.
Oh, I didn't break it. All right. I should have had bombs equipped because there's a little trick you can do. I'll try to show it off in a little while. Just an interesting thing that got discovered recently.
Do you need the rupees inside this place?
No, I should be okay.
Thank you, Sean Byers, for the $60 donation. As an aspiring game developer, I will from now on rigorously check all my collision meshes and animation trees. Thanks for a week of enlightening speedruns.
So there's two more shards left. One's at Overlook and one's in the water at Great Fish. I'm going to Overlook now. And there's a 200 rupee chest at Dragon Roost, which is where I'm headed to before I go to Overlook. So I think it's worth getting. I just have to throw a bomb at the wall with my boat. Just fire a bomb. And that'll cover the rest of the money I need for the rest of the game. I guess there's a couple routes you could do here, though. You could probably skip these and then, whoa there. You could probably skip getting these rupees. Oh, this causes a lot of lag, by the way, too. I don't know why. So much lag. Okay, there we go.
I kind of would prefer the arrow method because you shoot the arrow and you just stand there and the chest just falls in front of you.
Oh yeah, you can also you can actually stand under the chest and get crushed by it. That's happened to me before.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Hey McFly, for the $50 donation. Hello from France. My wife is a nurse and works in the cancer department. I'm donating, hoping she'll get less work in the future thanks to the foundation. Germensch Power. And we have now broken $825,000.
Oh, oops. Turn around a little bit. I'm actually pretty close still. Oh, no, the tide. Come back, tide. All right. Alright, I'm going to try to show off that trick in a minute here. I'm not going to do it in the first room. This room's a little intense. I need to be moving right away. There's a cool strat here where you pull a bomb, run forward, turn around, throw the bomb. Oh, didn't quite get it. Get out, get out. There we go. Yeah, so that's a little bit slow, but it's fine. All right, so this next room, if you pull a bomb out right before you open a door, Link goes through the door holding the bomb, and that prevents his turnaround animation where he looks at the closed gate. So it just finishes the cutscene much faster. Oh, dang, he woke up right away. Or he was still invincible, I mean. All right. Oh, man, this is a problem. All right, here you go.
I'm grabbing that magic.
So I want arrows now. I didn't do it there. Oh well. I have to be fast in some of these rooms, so it's kind of risky to go for that strat. Oh, shoot. This is bad. Wait, I think I still have it. I still think I still have this. Ah.
Nice.
Yeah, all right.
You got this dead. No,
Yeah, that was okay.
It's pretty amusing that you can actually pick those up, like from the air itself. You can stand under them, and Link will pick them up when they're frozen.
Yeah.
Now there's 4 dark nuts on this one. It's a little bit rough. A lot of bad things can happen here. Oh, that's good. That's good. That was awesome,
That was
actually.
really good.
That was really good. Yeah, that was like exceptionally good for that fight.
Thank you very much, Johnny Fox, for the $50 donation. I'm part sad that AGDQ 2014 will be over soon, but also part glad that I can go to sleep at last. I've had some trouble keeping track of the days and time this week, with so little sleep gotten at such strange hours, but it's been a lot of fun while it lasted. Wait, these runners have their own channels and streams? I'm gonna need more coffee and monitors. Yes, remember, if you would like to see speedrun streams, be sure to check out Speed Demos Archive's team page, twitch.tv/team/SDA, as well as speedrunslive.com.
One more trip to Tingle, and then one more piece out of the ocean, and I'm good to go for Hyrule for the final bit of the game. What's interesting is in the original Wind Waker, the positions of the Triforce shards in the ocean were random between one of 3 spots. In this one, they're always in the same location. Wait, hello? Did I not open the map? What?
Forgot to open the map.
What? I'm so confused right now.
You
What?
haven't-
Did I not go to...
No, you haven't
Yeah.
translated yet.
I didn't... Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot.
Rookie count.
I was like, all right, let's go, Hyrule. I totally forgot to go to Tingle, man. Oh well. Whoops. I've actually done some pretty silly stuff in runs before. I remember once I actually set the record in the original Wind Waker, and like right at the end of the run, I just warped to the wrong location, and then I'm like, wait, what? Then I have to like just waste 30 seconds. It's like mistakes like that in speedrun is really silly because it's not like execution. It's just like you didn't think what you were doing, and then you did the wrong thing. It's especially prevalent in games where you're like repeating some like the same steps over and over. I know like a while ago Sig had some problems because in Mario 64 you jump into the painting like in between every star, and you're like, wait, did I do that star yet? I don't remember. And then it's like, oh crap, you know. It's kind of funny. So that was
Muscle
kind
memory
of
takes over.
yeah. When your subconscious takes over, your muscle memory takes over, and you're just not thinking. Sometimes really stupid mistakes happen.
Particularly in these long games, it's easy to lose concentration.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things about running long games is it's not just like super optimal. It's more like you need to maintain focus over a really long period of time. It can be kind of challenging to do that sometimes. Like usually you don't really think about it. It's just like, oh, this next section I have to do it really well or whatever. But it's sometimes you just like lose focus, I guess. All right, though, that was the last single trip, and now it'll be there waiting for me. For a second, though, I thought that I forgot to open the chart, because you actually have to open them, too, to get them to appear, but there it is, right there. All right, here it is. Hopefully I'm on top of it.
I don't remember it was like in the original, but when you're like near land, your focus super slow.
Yeah, that's new. Specifically, like, it gets rid of the swift sail speed if you're close to an island. I'm not actually sure how they detect that, but it works.
It's kind of annoying.
It's annoying. I don't like it, actually. I wish it was not a feature. I see why they did it. It's like, well, they're going too fast. Let's slow them down for them. But like, I want control over that. Not the game.
Go fast.
Yeah, I want to go fast. The game shouldn't tell me what to do. Whoops! I always jump out of my boat. I do that all the time. All right.
You're so excited about getting the Triforce.
Yeah. Go for a swim for a second. What's the time at, by the way? Okay. So we're done with sailing. We're done with the overworld. This
The last stretch.
Yeah, the last stretch begins.
Thank you very much, Perfect Chaos, for the $55.55 donation. This is the first time that I'm watching AGDQ live after finding out about it last spring and watching a bunch of its archived runs on YouTube. I believe Cosmo's Wind Waker run was the first ever AGDQ speedrun that I watched in its entirety, so I'm glad to be able to watch it again, this time in HD. For the past year and a half, my dad has been trying to battle brain cancer. About 2 months ago, his doctor said that we've exhausted all known effective treatment methods and the tumor isn't getting any better. So now he's just making the best of his remaining days. Money is tight due to all this, so I shouldn't be donating, but I can't help but donate a bit, despite it not being much, in hopes that this money can possibly help lead to some other family not having to go through the same ordeal. That mine has. Sad to see that AGDQ 2014 is almost over, but I'll be sure to tune in to SGDQ 2014 later this year.
One annoying thing is after you get the Triforce, it switches inventory pages, and you have to like tab back to get to your items. And you have to do it on the touch screen, so it's like hard to do that. All right, got that. These dark nuts are special. You can only freeze them once for like a long period of time. Like, I don't know, fully understand it, but basically once they're like on ice, or once they're like totally iced, and you have got one opportunity to hit them with a hammer. If you mess it up, then you should pretty much just fight them normally because you're not gonna be able to freeze them again for a long time. Ideally, one of them gives me the overhead parry, then I break off both their helmets, and then I just take care of both of them with ice arrows. That'd be the ideal situation. The back parry is not what I want. Come on, overhead. No. No.
Not giving it to you.
Oh my god.
This is like
All right, let's try you. Oh, you're more friendly.
the parry mechanism is complete
There's
50-50.
one.
It's just complete luck.
This guy's... Maybe I can get him like this. Oh, nope. There we go. All right. That guy gave me some trouble, but it's taken care of now.
Unfortunate
Where's the
luck.
exit? Okay. I like how Link rolls full speed even with that giant hammer in his hand.
And the fact that the hammer goes through the floor when you do it.
It's a magic hammer.
Time to break the barrier. So this is the indestructible barrier that is blocking us from beating the game in 2 hours.
It's huge.
It's really big.
First, like, rendering images where it shows how big it is.
So yeah, if you ever find a way past that, it would be the holy grail.
Please and thanks.
Thank you, Nazumi, for the $50 donation. I'm happy to be able to donate because just this week, I managed to return to work as a game designer. I love games, I love gamers, I love you guys. Cancer, you are not invited to my pizza party.
Nope. Trying to get magic because I need a full magic bar. However, there are 4 pots that have magic in the next room, so I should be okay. I have to go fast with this guy. He wants to get me.
It's possible to cross these, but try and conserve that magic.
Also, it's really weird because if you try to leaf across those on HD, there's actually like this wind that pushes you sideways, which makes it harder. It's really strange. I don't know why they added that.
Well, it's actually a plot detail, but there's not supposed to be any wind down in Hyrule.
Yeah, it's just weird.
So they messed that up.
Yeah, they did.
I think I was trying to point out that
Yeah.
Hyrule being different.
Mm-hmm.
The wind, I forgot about the wind.
Thank you, Jason Moeller, for the $50 donation. The games are interesting, but it's the people running the games that keeps my eyes peeled to the screen. Thanks to all the runners for being great ambassadors for the community and great personalities to watch.
Oh. I was a little bit low there, I think. I try to conserve magic by being pretty close to the pole. If you can't tell, I'm trying to do something unintended by the game developers right now. All right, so I have to make my way across here. All right. And then here. Oh, my hands froze up. Dang it. All right, we need to reset this room to get more magic again. My bad. Apologies for the chokes. The chokes are real, man. Several chokes in this run. All right, take 2. Yeah, this is why I need full magic, because like I have a sliver left over after that. So that skip is really significant, even though it's just a ledge clip with a bomb. It skips a lot. Pretty much, you'd have to refight 4 bosses and go through these trials. They're like mini dungeons, like these long rooms with lots of stuff in them, and it takes like probably a good 15 minutes to get through it. So that's actually one of the bigger skips that was found in this game. Well, Wind Waker in general.
I wish they removed this cutscene.
Yeah, they should have removed that cutscene because it's really silly.
Thank you very much, Super Jur, for the $398 donation. Here's $398 for forgetting about Tingle.
Yeah.
So right here, you're supposed to fight Phantom Ganon every time, and his sword will point you the right way. But luckily, you can just memorize the order and be really good.
Yep. So if you know where to go, you skip all the refights. The shadows in here look really nice when you see like Phantom Ganon's shadow on the wall. It looks really cool. I really like that. Ideally, he surrounds me. Nope. Ideally, he doesn't make the big red. Nope. Okay, well, fine. You just need to hit him once, then he's done.
Yeah, he's got 3 patterns, and that was the worst one.
Yeah, it's the slowest one you can get out of all 3.
Thank you, Nolan Plug, aka Radix, for the $637 donation. Founder of Speed Demos Archive here, I just wanted to thank all AGDQ attendees, viewers, and especially donors for making this event so successful. Go Cosmo. Thank you very much, Radix.
By running to the wall at the beginning of that fight, I prevent him from surrounding me, which is actually, in this case, I want him to appear in the air because I just want to snipe him with the light arrow really quick. So I can prevent him from surrounding me by running up against the wall, because otherwise, if he tried to do it, some of his like fakes would be inside the wall, which would look weird, so they prevented that from happening. So then I use that for my advantage.
Thank you very much, Justin Maw, for the $1,000 donation. Thank you all for your hard work setting up and running this event. It is truly an inspiration to see gamers rally together and use their love of games to support such a great cause.
Actually, I'm going to fill up arrows too, just in case. There we go. All right.
And thank you, SDF Prowler, for the $1,500 donation. I think it's amazing what everyone has managed to accomplish. Thanks to all involved in making AGTQ possible and wildly successful. Here's to the prevention of cancer once and for all. Take care, guys.
The Puppet Ganon fight, you're supposed to use the boomerang to knock down his tail and then go snipe his tail. But I'm just going to snipe the tail raw without the boomerang. And he's going to be like wiggling it around, so it's kind of hard to do it. I have to hit him 3 times, and there's 3 different phases to this fight. The first one's the hardest, but because I'm on HD and light arrows take a lot of magic, there can also be problems with the last phase too. If I run out of magic, that's like a big problem. So those are the things I'm like concerned about going into this fight.
Yeah, probably one of the hardest fights, so I'd be probably gonna have a little bit of serious time here.
was pretty good. Usually, every minute, he decides to spin around and summon Keese. And when he's spinning like that, it's almost impossible to snipe the tail. So, pretty much a good fight is when you hit him 3 times before a minute passes. And that was only like 4 arrows, I think. So that was actually really solid. I'm actually going to do a slightly safe strat here. I can actually snipe the first hit of this, but if I do that, then he does not summon Keese, and they can actually drop magic, and magic is a important resource right now. So hopefully they give me magic. Nope. All right.
Jerks.
Jerks indeed. Well, I have one more chance to get magic here from the next set of Keese. Please drop magic. I need it really bad. All right, there we go.
A little scary.
Yeah. Let's see, how many shots do I have?
Yeah.
I should have, I think, 6. Oh, I have 4. Oh, okay. I gotta be careful now. I can't waste any shots. I'm gonna use the bombs. Bombs are super awesome in this fight. Ooh. That was close.
Perfect.
All right.
Pretty good fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fight is really scary. Getting those snipes off is extremely difficult. And when you miss them, you run out of magic, it can go really bad.
Yeah, that first shot, because basically what he does is he shakes the tail consistently, but when the fight starts, he picks a random spot in the room to move to, and he just starts moving in that direction. So it's a combination of his movement plus the tail like oscillating back and forth. So it's hard to lead shots, but at the very beginning of the fight, you can get one shot in if you aim at exactly the right spot with the right timing. Oh, speaking of ropes, there's the final rope.
It's very silly.
Yeah, you can't do it all the way up because it only works for the first like 2 seconds. But it does save a little bit of time to do that.
Yeah, it looks hilarious.
Mm-hmm. So, what about that health? Should be
I
fine.
still have a fairy.
Yeah.
Oh, you still have
the
the fairy,
fairy
right?
is in the bottom.
Okay. Never mind.
So we
The
should
marathon fairy.
the marathon fairy. Yeah, I don't even know if it'll come into play. It might. Ganon does do 100 damage per hit, so. And
Okay.
luckily, you don't need magic for the Ganon fight. Oops, there we go. All right.
It's like the final cutscene before the fight, so we have a little bit of a downtime.
This is a good cutscene.
Yeah.
If we could read it, it would be wonderful. But
Yeah. Ganon in this game is such a great villain because you actually kind of like
Get him.
Feel for him.
you feel for
Yeah.
Ganon because for once he's not just a bad guy. What he really wants to do is revive Hyrule, which is like
He wants his home.
that's
back,
cool. Yeah, he
basically.
wants. It's like basically where we are right now is Hyrule underneath the ocean, and so he's trying to get the Triforce not out of like vengeance, but to just revive his homeland. I mean, obviously
He
he's
still wants to take
he's
control.
still
He's
he
still
still wants
evil.
to take he still wants to like take control, but I don't know. It's a little more of a deeper. It's like a deeper character than the other games.
Yeah, where just like Ganon wants to take over the world and
He
you
shows
have to
a lot
stop
of-
him.
Yeah.
He shows a lot of emotion in this game, which is really nice. Some very good
well, it's
touch.
mostly because of like how great the graphics are, because they can like really show like,
Yeah,
like the art
cartoony
style.
Yeah.
Ganon is also enormous in this game, apparently. Only other game
But he's fast.
Only other game I can really think about this like ratio is like Four Swords Adventures.
This
Gangs
is-
enormous in that too.
This is probably like the most interesting final boss fight in the 3D Zelda series, though. Like, it definitely is. Probably one of the most memorable ones.
Hey.
Hey.
What's up? Text is so fast this game that it actually finishes before like the audio clip finishes.
Yeah. Oh, a fun fact: if you go into Dolphin, the GameCube emulator, in this cutscene, and you turn on the free camera mode, you can see the king actually is not touching the Triforce. He misses it by a good 6 inches or so. So.
Wait.
Shout out to the Twitch chat right now.
Rip chat.
Rip Twitch chat.
The giggles.
The writing here is like I love the writing here in English. He's like Zelda's like, oh, you're crazy. Like right after that like laugh,
Yeah.
it's like perfect.
So one of the tricks to this fight is every time I talk to Zelda, she will shoot a light arrow. So I take advantage of that. Oh, she missed. There we go.
FaceTime.
Oh, Zelda, please. This is. Ow!
Oh, she killed you.
Zelda killed you.
Friendly fire, Zelda.
There we go. And time.
4:35:29.
All right. I believe my original Wind Waker run a year ago was about 9 minutes slower, and we had probably around the same amount of mistakes, I think. I actually, there's a couple bad spots to this run, but I think I showed off everything pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. That's about it. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Awesome Games Done Quick 2014. We'd like to send a special thank you to the 88,000 people who are currently watching and for the over $835,000 in donation totals we've received so far. Congratulations to Cosmo on his amazing Wind Waker HD run, and coming up next we'll be having our finale with Chrono Trigger.
That's gonna be a fun run. Yeah. Nice thing about Chrono Trigger is that you think it's like a JRPG, it's like some long text, smashing and menu. That game's got a lot of really cool tricks in it, though.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Yeah, worth the checking out.
This thing is attached to me. I can't get it all.
Sorry?
This thing is attached to me now.
Oh,
They're gonna have
yeah,
it when
it's
they get
like,
back.
well, you want me to get it?
Yeah, go for it.
Commander Key right now.
There you go.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah, no problem.
We'll be going for a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. As I promised, $5 for everyone who sent me pictures of themselves in the hats I made for them. Since there were 40 hats, after those that went to Essentia Kids, we have a total of $200 going to Prevent Cancer Foundation. I wish I had been able to be on site this year, but I'm happy that everyone has gotten together to fulfill this side donation incentive. First, I want to apologize to Mike Uyama for the many times I bugged him this week about this donation incentive. Second, I want to dedicate this donation to my friend Maddie, who is currently in the process of kicking cancer's ass. Maddie, you don't need hair to be a beautiful and strong woman. You do that by being the most wonderful person you are. Keep on fighting. I'll be here whenever you need me. Lastly, I want to say that cancer is not a disease, it's become a plague. It's humbling to see the number of people who have been touched by it in some way, shape, or form. I'm glad that we got to hear everyone's stories. Sometimes those stories are not the easiest to tell, but they are important for the world to hear. I am glad MTI beat it, but saddened that my grandmother and his grandfather did not. So kick cancer's ass. Good job, Cosmo, and everyone else on the runs. It was weird not being there to cheer you on in person, but I'm glad I was able to watch most of the marathon this year. Keep on being awesome. See you next AGDQ. We have a $150 donation from Douglas Wolf, also known as Fluffy Wolf 2. Great cause, great community. I do not have anyone in my family with cancer, thankfully, but my fiance does, and lost a grandmother to cancer. Let's keep cancer out of our future and out of the futures of others. First-time watcher, plan to watch every year from here on out. Couch, special thanks to the Cosmo and the guys on the couch. We have a $50 donation from Jacob Solson, also known as Xylus. This is such a great cause, and the runs have been amazing so far. The Super Metroid race was something of legend. My sister found out she had ovarian cancer a few years ago, which had affected her for years, but they luckily discovered and removed it only a week before it would have gotten worse, so she was a lucky survivor. This donation is so others that aren't so lucky might get their way out as well.
Hey guys, just a thing here. We raised $800,000, and it was a hidden incentive to do the to earn dance with everybody in the room for $800,000. So if you guys want to, you can participate. I'd like as many people in the room as possible do it with me. It's not that difficult.
Alright, you gotta show us the steps.
Gotta show you the steps?
Yeah, you gotta step by step. Step by step.
Alright, so the steps of it are, so for the first part, everybody knows the first part. I assume everybody has seen it. It's left, center, right, center, left, center, right, center. Everybody's got it. Okay, it's complicated. Okay,
Left, center, right,
left, center, right, center, and then after that, it's freestyle. Okay, it's freestyle. So after that, you can do whatever you want, whatever dance move you know, do it. As long as you look like it.
God, perfect. Alright, let's do it.
I don't know how loud it actually is.
I don't know if I'm shot or not.
Wait, where's me?
Are we doing that right now? Yeah, it's all set up. Okay. So it's not going
I actually don't know. I don't want to slip over any cord.
They can't see. The camera.
Was that? I brought it. Was that?
The camera will see on this one?
Yeah.
Man, she's cold.
I got it all. I'm ready. You guys should like this.
If we stand up, then no one's going to see everybody raise. Yeah, the camera would have to be.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah, we have to adjust the camera. Everyone's doing it. I'm doing it.
I'm not doing it.
Dude, I'm doing it. No, you do it. You do it too because you got the on. It's easy.
I don't want to talk.
Hey, camera. Yeah. I think we could be seen now, so we can stand. Alright, we're good.
I'm not doing
Yeah, no, that's all thing about everyone you're stuck.
What about the sprinkler?
Oh my dude, you tell me what to do.
What's that old Australian?
Tell me what.
Are we ready? Ready! Okay. Go.
That's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was To Earn Dance. You can see it live and uncensored at Bonesaw 577's channel.